Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Delray Beach Regular Commission meeting this Tuesday, May 5th. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Deputy Vice Mayor Markert.
Here.
Commissioner Malika.
Here.
Commissioner Cassell.
Here.
Vice Mayor Burns.
Here.
Mayor Carney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. If you could all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Agenda approval. I've got a couple of changes here that I need to do. We are going to be adding as agenda item 4G the proclamation that was listed in the consent agenda as 6K4, which is for the National Preservation Week, because we have someone that would like to speak on it, and we're going to give the proclamation to. That would be Mr. John Miller. So we're adding 4G, and I would also like to pull for discussion, with the Commission's consent, items 6G, 6H, 6I, and 6J, although I understand that the city manager would like to remove 6I together with 6M3.
Correct.
Correct? Those are the two items you want?
Those are to be removed.
Those are being removed. Okay.
I was going to pull 6E.
Which one?
6E, and there's going to overlap. 6F, 6G, 6H.
All right, 6E, which one is 6E?
6I.
I'm sorry?
E,
Yes, I have 6E, yeah.
F,
6E, F, oh no, excuse me, those are, that's those are the ones I meant, I missed
Right.
I have 6E,
Same ones.
6F, 6G,
H,
and H,
I.
and I, and J. Yes, those are all. Those are the ones I
So,
have.
Mayor-
Although I is now being removed from the agenda completely, as is 6M3.
So for the record,
Yes.
6E will be 7AA.
Okay?
6F will be 7BB.
Yep.
6G will be 7CC. 6H will be 7DD, and then 6I is removed.
6I
Yes.
is being removed, so 6J becomes DD, right?
Okay, you
you're
want to
doing
do
J
six-
too?
Well, yeah, but no, we're doing, yeah, I wanted, J, what's?
That's fine.
I think-
And also 6
Actually,
and 3
No,
to be
J, no,
removed.
I was not pulling 6J.
I wasn't pulling
I wasn't pulling 6J. I got my numbers mixed up, so 6J is not, I'm leaving in as a consent item.
And also, Mr. Mayor, to remove 6M3, I believe you stated it.
Yes,
but just to be
6M3
clear.
and 6I are being removed from the agenda.
Hang on,
And-
please. Wait, hang on one sec. I got to get to M3, please, just to see what that is.
I don't, yeah, they were put on by the city manager and they're being removed.
M3 and which one?
6I, which was one of the ones we were going to pull, but it's now being removed for further
Okay,
discussion.
so we're pulling.
I was
Okay,
gonna
so-
pull that as well.
So we have 6E, right, which is now going to be 7AA, 6F, which is 7BB, 6G, which is 7CC, 6H, which is 7DD, 6I is gone, 6J is staying where it was, 6K4 is now 4G, 4F, whatever it was I
I
said.
thought you said 6K3.
And then, so anyway, so we got them all. Now, if anybody can remember all those, I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is, we are unanimous. We now are into presentations, and this first presentation is a delight. Commissioner Casal will be making the presentation. It's the recognition of St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church.
Thank you. I was
And I see Reverend Barr. I
excited.
saw Reverend Barr somewhere.
He's
I
here
don't know.
somewhere to ask for this recognition. And so I'm excited to read it, and thank you all for coming. This is a recognition for St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. The city of Delray Beach proudly recognizes St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, led by Reverend Dr. Howard B. Barr Jr. and Executive Pastor Joseph Dawkins, for its strong spiritual leadership and consistent dedication to improving the lives of residents throughout the Delray Beach community. The church has demonstrated a deep sense of responsibility to both its congregation and to the broader community, reflecting a call to serve, uplift, and guide individuals of all ages. St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church has demonstrated a strong dedication to public service through initiatives that address critical community needs. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the church played an important role in safeguarding public health and by hosting vaccine efforts for residents. In addition, it continues to support families by providing food assistance, offering free grocery distributions, and ensuring access to essential resources for those in need. The church has further expanded its outreach by offering chronic disease and diabetes self-management training courses, promoting healthier lifestyles, and increasing awareness within the community. Its commitment to education and engagement is also reflected through the programs such as the Women's Day program, community health fairs, and monthly Black History lessons, all of which contribute to cultural enrichment and community connection. With a forward-looking approach, the church has enhanced its facilities to better serve the community, including the creation of spaces dedicated to senior services, student tutoring, and mentoring programs. These efforts provide meaningful opportunities for growth, learning, and support across all generations. Through its continued service and community-focused initiatives, St. Paul's Missionary Baptist Church remains a vital and positive presence in the city of Delray Beach, extending its impact far beyond its doors. The city of Delray Beach expresses its sincere appreciation to St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church for its meaningful contributions and lasting impact to our community. May this certificate of recognition serve as a lasting acknowledgement of the church's meaningful contributions and the positive influence it continues to have throughout the city of Delray Beach. Presented on this 5th day of May 2026 by Thomas Carney, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Would you step up to accept the award?
Would you please come
And
up
a
for the,
photo opportunity, and maybe if Pastor Barr would like to say a word, that would be lovely.
that would be great.
Thank you.
And if all of you are not happy with me, I just want to point out that at my request, Reverend Barr is the one who swore me in to my office. I asked him to come in and swear me in on his Bible, so.
Is everyone coming for the picture, or is it just you?
Whatever you want.
You want
Are
to
we
go?
all going to?
Do you want to go?
Do you want to all come in?
Yeah, sure.
All on one?
I'll get one
All
alone,
in
and then
one.
we'll all come in.
All right, let's do this. This is gonna come.
You're getting us all out of our chairs.
Yes,
You must be an
I know.
important guy.
Let's move.
That's how we do this. Ooh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Of course.
Very briefly, this was not done by me alone. I would like for the St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church family to stand so you can actually see the hands, the labors, and the workers of this ministry. These are we have some that are raising their hand, unable to stand, but these are the ones. My last statement, Mayor, and to the city is there are two ladies that are sitting 4 rows back on the end. The first lady I want to introduce you is the lady that has the longest membership tenure at St. Paul, which means all the work that St. Paul has done in 90-some years, this lady has been a part of every effort for over 90 years. Right here, Mother Constant Dent. She has done everything in the church except for pastor. The last person, all of these are important, but the last person is the lady with the hat. That's our general church mother, Mother Wiggum. She's the one that keeps us all straight. Mother Wiggum.
Thank you both.
And then finally, the front row is the future of St. Paul and Delray Beach, are those young people that are sitting right there in the front. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Barr, and thank you very much to the St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. 4B, I'm sorry, what? Did you have
Before
something?
we move on, can I have a point of privilege here?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so we don't have it on our agenda, but I wanted to recognize Mr. Alexander Edmonds Jr., who is in the audience, 94 years old. This is,
96.
oh, my, 96.
You don't look a day over 94, lady. Well done.
Mr. Edmonds had a business here in Delray for decades, and the building that the CRA now owns on Northwest Fifth Avenue was named in his honor. The Edmonds Baines Building
Oh,
was
yes.
named in Mr. Edmonds' honor. So I just wanted to make sure that was. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing him. All right, we're now moving on to item 4B, the introduction of the new procurement officer, Paul Narcisse. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. So as I've shared recently, the Office of the City Manager has made a selection for a new Chief Procurement Officer to represent the city of Delray Beach. A little bit about Mr. Paul Narcisse. He's actually brings to the city of Delray Beach a little over 20 years of public and private sector procurement and purchasing leadership and guidance experience. He actually has had a presence in Connecticut, Texas, and Louisiana, a number of private companies, public companies. I've highlighted his professional background via my April 17th report to the City Commission. He has his degree in finance from Sacred Heart University, Fairfield, Connecticut, as well as other training and background in Six Sigma, as well as lean manufacturing. So a breadth of experience to assist us in our efforts to achieve efficiencies in operations, as well as doing as much as we possibly can to assure that recommendations regarding purchase and procurement coming before the commission, as well as the Office of the City Manager, are sound and are intact. So he's actually been hitting the ground running over the past couple weeks. He's been on board. This is actually your second week on board. It feels like a little bit longer, given how busy you've been. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give Mr. Paul Narcisse an opportunity to offer a couple words to you as you get to know him, and he'll be a presence here in our organization as a result. Mr. Paul Narcisse, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm sorry for, I'm fighting some allergies as well. So, but again, I want to thank the commissioners, mayor, and everyone on board, the entire city. Thank you so much. I look forward to this opportunity. What I can promise you is three things, and you can hold me accountable for that. First and foremost is strengthening our processes. I've been listening, watching, and learning the way that you do things. And so I have to understand the problem statement before I can bring any corrective actions in place.
All right.
Number two is building partnership, internal customers, departments, external customers. That's very important, a strategic partnership. It's always being customer-centric and playing the part. And number three as well is bringing the best value proposition to our city of Delray Beach.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much, and welcome to the city.
Thank you, Mayor.
Should we give a moment for the elderly people from St. Paul's who might want to depart? Because I think some of them came just for the recognition and may want to leave.
Yes, I mean.
Take a break for a moment if they want to depart.
We're gonna take a two.
Let's do that.
You sure they want to leave? We're taking a 1 minute, a 2 minute break here to just allow the people that want to leave. God, why did we miss this wonderful meeting? I have no idea.
You think the kids really want to stay all night?
Renee said the building is getting a historic preservation board and we need that.
That's the historic preservation board.
Right.
Thank you very much. Calling the meeting back to order. We now have item 4C, beach update, presented by Missy Barletto. Ms. Barletto.
So, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here with some very happy news, and that is that the City of Delray Beach has been recognized as a Blue Flag beach for the 4th year running. So, exactly, wave the flag. So I'd like to invite everybody here in the audience and all of you to attend the now annual flag raising. I think after it's happened 3 times in a row, you get to call it annual.
Sure, it usually ends up one of our proclamation lists anyway. So.
Yeah, I think it'll be a rule. So that's going to happen on Thursday morning, May 7th at 10 o'clock in the morning at the main pavilion. And each of you have your uniform at your place this evening. So one of the things that is a big part of the Blue Flag program is environmental education. So tonight I'm going to keep this very short, just make our happy announcement. And I am going to show an educational video that the city has done in cooperation with the Reef Institute and the Department of Public Works and the Office of Sustainability work together to put this this video together. Rafi, if you will.
Florida is home to the only extensive coral reef tract in the continental United States. Stretching all the way from the dry Tortugas in the Florida Keys, along Florida's southeast coast past Delray Beach, and extending north toward the St. Lucie Inlet, supporting an entire underwater ecosystem. And coral is the foundation of that ecosystem. When coral disappears, the life it supports begins to disappear with it. Now, coral is not a rock or a plant. It is a living animal made up of tiny individuals called polyps. These polyps have tentacles that they use for protection and to capture food from the water, along with a central mouth where they feed and can digest their food. Hundreds to thousands of polyps living together form coral colonies, and over time, those colonies build the structures that create coral reefs. Although coral reefs cover less than 1% of the ocean floor, they support approximately 25% of all marine species. Healthy coral reefs can also reduce wave energy by up to 97%, helping protect shorelines from flooding while supporting fishing, recreation, and coastal communities. Today, Florida's coral reef is declining due to threats such as disease, warming ocean temperatures, and human impact. In some parts of Florida, studies have found that live coral cover has declined by nearly 90% since the 1970s. That's where the Reef Institute comes in, focusing on hands-on coral conservation through education, research, and restoration. We are one of numerous organizations across the state doing similar work to help protect our reef. Located in West Palm Beach, we work through what we call our Rescue to Reef model, where corals are rescued and cared for on land in aquariums. Our facility functions as what we call a living coral biobank, where rescued corals are carefully maintained to preserve their genetic diversity for the future. Now, corals can reproduce, and we can grow and strengthen their offspring on land before returning them to the ocean in a process called outplanting, completing the rescue to reef cycle and helping rebuild what has been lost. Reefs are so important, and protecting them takes all of us. Here in Delray Beach, simple everyday choices can make a real difference. Choosing reef-safer sunscreen can help reduce harmful chemicals from entering the water. Properly disposing of trash and reducing plastic waste helps keep our waterways and reef clean. Respecting marine life when you're on the water, whether boating, diving, fishing, snorkeling, or even just enjoying a day at the beach, helps protect the reef just offshore. And supporting local conservation organizations, like the Reef Institute, helps support coral reef restoration and education efforts right here in South Florida. Because what we do on land directly impacts what lives beneath the surface. Together, we save the ocean.
So this video is on continuous loop and all of our informational TVs, both here in the lobby at City Hall and in each of the pavilions that are located on the beach promenade. And with that, if you have any questions.
I have questions, if I may.
Certainly, yes.
This is exciting for me. You know, I fought tirelessly last year to get money into the budget to help advance this initiative, and we didn't give very much. And I would like us to, as we're talking about the budget, I think this is very important. Our beach is our economic driver, and our environment is important to all of us, and I think we should be putting money forth towards helping to restore our reefs in Delray Beach. And thank you, Missy. I also think that we had some funding in the sustainability department, but you and I talked about how there's potentially money for beach restoration that could be used, and if you could look into that and get some exact numbers, that would be great. And also, to the city attorney, here's a question for you. Mr. Chart is here, and we sit in a group that works on this, but we talked about at one point maybe having a nonprofit to accept donations. Can the city participate, facilitate, develop a fund where people can donate, that money can get filtered that way, or is that something that has to be done privately outside of the city?
We can accept donations. We have a donation policy, and those dollars would be earmarked and put in a separate restricted account.
Okay.
So the city could do that. I mean, we can't actively fundraise.
No.
But if the city received a donation for a specific purpose, we could utilize that money. It would just have to be restricted.
So we need to start a coral reef fund. That's exciting.
It would be a restricted fund.
Yeah, of course it would be restricted. Yeah, I love it. Thank you for that answer, Missy. This is very exciting. Thank you. I look forward to this discussion in our budget.
We will be bringing some budgetary items forward during the capital improvement program budget that happens later in the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Missy. 4D, the Western Gulf Association Community Caddy Program. This is actually, Commissioner Burns brought this up last week. And so if you would like to make the intros.
Yes, well, we have representatives from the Caddy program here to share this presentation with us, and so I welcome you up. You're on.
Good evening, everyone. I am so proud to stand here as a resident, a native of Delray Beach, Florida, and born, raised, and reared, as my grandmother would say. But we are here to introduce a scholarship initiative that can enhance our community and also our young people, our high school students with scholarships. And I know a lot of people say, okay, what is the catch? Well, we're going to show you that there is no catch. We are here to help our young people to work at the new and upcoming golf course, and also to possibly get full scholarships, 4 years, scholarship and housing at no cost. So we have here representing the board. We have Mr. John Nason, who is now a resident of Delray from New York, and we also have one of our very own recipients. Brandy is here with us, who has gone through the entire scholarship process, and we have the vice president, Mr. Brian B. Yankee, that's going to do the presentation. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice, and thank you, Commission, for having us here today. As Patrice mentioned, my name is Brian B. Yankee. I work on staff with the Western Golf Association and Evans Scholars Foundation. We are a golf organization located out of Chicago, Illinois. We host both amateur and professional events. Our crown jewel being the BMW Championship, the second leg of the FedEx Cup on the PGA Tour. That's an event we actually bounce around the country. It is typically housed in the Midwest, but we've gone to Colorado, we've gone to the East Coast, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and we'll be in New Jersey next year. This year we'll be in St. Louis, Missouri. Proceeds from those events, as well as donations, private donations from about 50,000 different donors, fund the Evans Scholars Foundation. And as Patrice mentioned, it was first founded in 1930. It is a full tuition and housing scholarship to college for students that have worked as golf caddies. Our first two students went to Northwestern in 1930, and we were started by famed amateur golfer Charles Chick Evans, hence the name, the Evans Scholars Foundation. He was the first golfer, one of only two golfers to win both the U.S. Open and U.S. Amateur in the same year. Given his popularity at the time, it was really important to him to keep his amateur status in golf. So he got with his mother and decided to start a foundation for scholarships for students that had worked as golf caddies. He got his start in golf as a golf caddy as well. It was really important to him. Education was important to his family. He attended Northwestern for about 2 semesters and had to drop out because they couldn't afford it. So his mother really convinced him to start the Evans Scholars Foundation, again, sending our first 2 students to Northwestern in 1930. Fast forward to today, we have 1,260 students attending 28 different partner universities throughout the country on full tuition and housing scholarships. 12,500 all-time alumni, so a lot of great history there. And this past year, we awarded 360 new Evans Scholars. We have what we call our 2030 ambitions. 2030 is our centennial year, and we want to be at 1,500 scholars in school. So a big part of that push is looking for communities where we can start new opportunities for young men and women to work as golf caddies, with the idea that they can build a good caddy resume that could qualify them for our scholarship. As Patrice mentioned, we see opportunity here in Delray Beach, not only a community that has students that could utilize and take advantage of an opportunity to make some great money and meet great folks at your golf course here at Delray Beach Golf Club, and obviously and hopefully work towards qualification for a scholarship. So I saw some great young men and women from St. Paul's Church here that could take advantage. So we'd love to find students right here from the community to really make an impact. As I mentioned, we're at 28 partner universities across the country. Sorry, I'm a little behind on my. They're up on the screen there. We don't have a southeast school yet, but really looking for Florida to become one of those growth markets that we talk about when we grow to 1,500 scholars. Again, we're at some of the best clubs in the country. 12 of the top 20 courses, as Golf Digest rates, have Evans Scholars, including just up the road at Seminole Golf Club. They have a nice track record of developing young men and women into successful Evans Scholars. A lot of benefits to being a youth caddy, obviously really flexible hours and flexible work schedule, so it allows them to stay engaged in the different extracurricular activities they're engaged in, family, church, those types of things. You learn from positive role models. People that play golf typically are influential folks from the community. You get to spend 4 intimate hours with them out on the golf course, and the golfers really take on a mentoring role for these young men and women. And a lot of times a 14, 15-year-old, you haven't talked to anyone other than your parents or your teachers. So to get out and get to learn how to deal with different personalities out on the golf course really makes a big impact for them in their career development, no matter what they choose to do later on in life. So learning how to service and deal with different personalities obviously serves you no matter what you choose to do. So really great learning, working experience for them. We're working outside, right? So it's great to be outside with folks while they're active and at their leisure, having a good time. And again, you're building those like lifelong, lasting skills that could help you later on in life. And then ultimately, our goal would be to develop them into strong competitive applicants for our scholarship. Right now, we operate, now it says 8, but we operate 10 of these community programs across the country, and truly are from coast to coast. We have just acquired one in San Diego at Goat Hill Park. We're in Arizona at Papago. There's a couple in Chicago at Jackson Park and Canal Shores. And then on the East Coast, we have actually a bigger presence, 2 in Washington, D.C. at Langston and East Potomac Golf Course, University of Maryland Golf Course, and then Charleston Municipal Golf Course at Oliver in Delaware. And then we just opened one actually today. We're doing training at Weequahic Park in Newark, New Jersey. So we really do think that this community, this is something great for this community that you all could take advantage of, and could really have a long-term impact on young men and women in this community. Again, great work opportunity. They're going to make some great money. They're going to meet some great folks, and also hopefully qualify long-term for the Evans Scholarship. And again, we believe wholeheartedly at our core in caddying and what it does for young men and women. As I mentioned, 12,500 alumni. They would attest to that. Brandy happens to be an alumni herself. Attended Mizzou on a full tuition and housing scholarship. Now works for us. We're blessed to have her. And that's really what we're looking for is, for you all to consider partnering with us and allowing us to operate at Delray Beach Golf Club. These are a really nice complement. These types of programs are a nice complement coming off of restoration like you all are doing. Saves some cart traffic and really, gives your local community golfers an outstanding golf experience walking with a caddy, getting to mentor these young men and women in the community. So with that, I think I can certainly answer questions about how it would run and operate if you have any, but would welcome any questions you might have.
Any members of the commission, any questions?
Could I ask to the city, we have a new contract signed. Is this something we can do, and what are the costs associated with this program to the city? I mean, because I don't know if there are limitations with respect to the new contract that we just signed, if we can do this, and if so, who pays
I think
for it?
that one thing is caddies are independent contractors.
Okay.
So what they do is they work for the golfer, and they show up and they contract with the golfer for those 4 hours. And what I will say is the outstanding thing here is we are not looking for any money from the city of Delray.
Thank you.
In fact, the Evans Scholars is going to pay each kid that goes and caddies $50 as a stipend to caddy for that individual. So if I show up and play, the Evans Scholars is going to pay them $50 to carry my bag and walk with me for 4 hours. Then I have the opportunity to dig into my own pocket and give them some money on top of that as a tip. So their incentive is to work hard for me, help me have a good time, learn, be out on the course, and get a good tip. And that is how they learn how the world works. And that's the great thing about being a caddy.
Yeah, and to his point, we would fully fund the program. We actually have a local donor that's agreed to fund this program for the first startup few years. So that's the base caddy rate that Mr. Mason mentioned. Program manager, that's an hourly employee of ours that oversees on property while the students are out there working. And then expenses, will buy food for the kids every day, a meal while they're out there on the golf course, water, uniforms, supplies, towels, rangefinders, those type of things. So this is, again, something that we believe at in our core. We fully fund these programs at
Thank
the
you.
municipal golf course.
I'm totally supportive, and I hope a lot of people walk, because I think that if they're driving the carts, the caddies will, it will be a different situation where they need multiple carts. But I appreciate you coming in here and giving this presentation, and I think this is exciting for our youth.
Yeah, I don't think the management company, you interfere with the operation of the management company.
Talk about that.
You have something you want to say?
If I may, in relationship to the management company.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I recently had an opportunity to engage with one of the co-founders as well as the upcoming superintendent for Delray Beach Municipal Golf Course, Bobby Jones Links. The city commission actually approved that contract a couple months ago. It became effective in March. So in my discussions with the leadership of Bobby Jones Leagues, we had an opportunity to express interest, engagement, and connection with the youth, doing whatever we possibly can to connect with the community in that regard. So given the clarity, and I already knew this, I was planning to respond in terms of the no-cost environment directly to the city of Delray Beach. It's simply a matter of coordinating with the superintendent representing Bobby Jones Links to facilitate opportunities to this effect. So with appropriate consensus from City Commission, we will be more than happy to facilitate an introduction such that you all can strike that balance and make your presence known.
Okay, do
So-
we have consensus? Oh,
I would give consensus.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Well,
Burns?
Yes, I was just going to say, similar to Mr. Moore, because I talked to Ms. Durden and understood that there was no cost. It's a win-win, so I am in full support of it.
We all are, yes?
100%.
There we
It's a
go.
great idea.
Yep, great idea.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I did have a question.
Yes.
You do train the children how to.
Yeah, a big part of it is we'll recruit students from the community, no golf experience necessary. We come out and we give them very thorough training. They don't need to be golfers to take advantage of this at all. They're not required to golf during or after, but at the same time, this is an entryway to golf. But before too long, they say, give me that club, let me try this. It can't be that hard. Guess what is that hard?
In the remote chance that I get close to the pin, will they use their foot to help the ball along?
Yeah.
Only if you're
Depends on
playing.
the tip.
Only for the right
Yeah,
tip.
it depends on the tip, yeah. Right. I'm a big tipper.
And not to put the young lady on the spot, but did you want to share anything about your experience since you are alumni?
Yeah, I mean, I could only speak to the experience of being a caddy. As a 14-year-old, I started when I was 13, actually. You don't have another opportunity like this. You know, it's an amazing summer job. You make a lot of money as a kid, and you get cash on the spot and really get to connect with a lot of successful individuals and get to, you know, share personal connections and stories. And I mean, I continue to build that relationship with the Western Golf Association. That's how I ended up in working for them now.
Oh, cool.
And then you move on to the scholarship piece, and you know, you live in community. It's like getting into an immediate family when you go to college, which is an experience unlike any other. So, yeah, it's an amazing opportunity for sure.
Great,
Well,
thank
great.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
seeing you, John.
So we'll be in touch and I'll make the introduction soon.
Okay, 4E, clarity in education regarding strategic outcomes, leadership, guidance, and evolving office of city manager. City manager has asked that he be able to give his presentation without interruption or questions or things. So I have said yes as chair. So, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Not just to the commission, but this is in large part to benefit the community as well, because much clarification is appropriate, and I do what I can to be a responsive and attentive individual on a frequent and consistent basis. And I will open up by sharing with everybody openly one of my weaknesses as a leader. One of my weaknesses as a leader is a potential weakness. It can be a positive, it can be a negative, but I'm constantly an optimistic, forward-thinking fellow. I try my best to learn from errors, I learn from mistakes, and do what I can to incorporate that into the nexus of leadership and guidance, as well as management objectives that are being implemented by the organization. This has been my experience not only in the city of Delray Beach, coming up on 5 years, God willing, as well as my previous 4 city manager assignments going back to 1999. It's a tried and true approach, and quite frankly, I do my best to follow data analytics, metrics. I do my best to be as a responsive and attentive fellow as much as I possibly can. However, I am not a mind reader. If I know of a concern, if I'm aware of an issue or challenge that might exist, I do what I can to assemble the team to offer responsiveness and attentiveness in this regard. Given some of the observations having been shared during the last City Commission meeting 2 weeks ago, April 21, 2026, I made a commitment to do what I can to offer a fairly robust response and points of clarification so that everybody can be satisfied and concerns can be alleviated across the board. In the context of offering this presentation, I'll also talk a little bit about some of the positive highlights as a result of being a high-performance organization, because, ladies and gentlemen, that is what Delray Beach, Florida has become. The city of Delray Beach, Florida, as a municipal corporation and a community, is on a high-performance trajectory and will continue to do so for the years to come, God willing. Thus, the title of the presentation, Clarity Education Regarding Strategic Outcomes, Leadership, and Guidance. So, the observations that were shared during the April 21st meeting, I'd like to address those, followed by an aggregate focus in terms of why we are where we are. I'd like to begin by talking about Highland Beach, because this has become a particular concern for a little while now. So after nearly 30 years of the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Department providing associated emergency services to the town of Highland Beach, the Highland Beach Town Commission voted in early 2021 to conclude its relationship with the city of Delray Beach for the service. In March 2023, per forma request of the town of Highland Beach, the Office of the State of Florida Auditor General authorized an audit of expenses charged in transactions related to services provided to that community by the Delray Beach Fire Rescue Department. This exercise took approximately 6 months, from circa April 2023 to October 2023, examining related expenses from October 1, 2026 to September 30, 2022. And that was interesting because the initial assertion was that by the town of Highland Beach was that the city of Delray Beach overcharged them. That was the basis of their request. However, the results of the exercise as initiated by the Auditor General indicated that the city of Delray Beach was owed at least $2.1 million for services rendered. Direction was then offered to hire accounting and advisory services firm Citron Cooperman to provide updated and objective calculations to help determine an even more accurate analysis as to total charges for services. This exercise concluded last year, resulted in a calculation of at least $3.8 million due to the city of Delray Beach, based on their review. While efforts have since been initiated to engage with the town of Highland Beach concerning payment, outcomes to this effect have yet to be realized. The city of Delray Beach is now therefore at liberty to consider available options to ultimately resolve this matter. That would essentially involve the city commission. This is not a simple case of the office of the city manager reaching out to their leadership, hey, we have this balance, please pay us, or the Department of Finance issuing a bill to their accounts receivable folks to facilitate a transaction. We're above and beyond that. Likewise, a shade meeting of the city commission will likely become necessary to help offer direction and guidance accordingly, or some other arrangement to get to that place. But bottom line, the city commission will have to offer some appropriate direction, and that is essentially what comes down to as far as options availability. So we need to engage in that regard in order to get down to business concerning this matter. I'd like to talk a little bit about waste management. It's important to talk a little bit about the history of waste management and how they came to the city of Delray Beach. And interestingly enough, when the current solid waste structure came about back in 2015, it was not via the auspices of Waste Management, Inc. So March 9, 2015, so a little over 11 years ago, Delray Beach executed an agreement with the company known as Southern Waste Systems, LLC, for the collection of solid waste and recycling materials. Terms of the agreement were between March 2015 and September 2022, with the right to renew an additional 1-year period no later than April 1, 2022. Unless Waste Management provided written notice, it was not willing to renew the agreement before October 5, 2021. So on December 14, 2015, a little over 10 years ago, Southern Waste Systems, LLC assigned its agreement to Waste Management, Inc. of Florida. So soon after Southern Waste Systems came on board via a franchise agreement with the city of Delray Beach, it was acquired by Waste Management. March 24, 2022, the city did elect to exercise a 1-year renewal to take effect between October 1st, 2022 to September 30, 2023. Waste Management contended the election to renew would have been August 8, 2021 in advance of April 1st, 2022 and July 1st, 2022. June 23rd, 2022, the associated dispute resolved the dispute resolution process, so we executed the process to get to the best place possible, resulting by September 30, 2022, a 7-year extension period granted to commence on October 1, 2022 through April 30th, 2023. The result of this option to extend an additional 5 months from May 1st, 2023 to September 30, 2023. Nevertheless, an RFP process was initiated and a new franchise agreement with Waste Management was executed February 21st, 2023. And that's the current franchise agreement we enjoy, continuing until September 30, 2030. 1-year renewal term of 3 years availability. Current rate resolution number 113-25 effective through September 30, 2026. So periodically during the course of administering the franchise agreement, the city of Delray Beach is in position to renew periodically. It's also most important to talk a little bit about the single-family rate, approximately $19.54 a month, equating to $234.40 per year. I underscore this, ladies and gentlemen, because the city of Delray Beach actually did fairly well in terms of a rate position, comparing ourselves to neighboring communities, including Boynton Beach to the north, Boca Raton to the south, West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, a few other municipalities. We've even included the town of Jupiter. At the aforementioned rate, we are in a more competitive position in this regard, which was a tremendous accomplishment for which I think we all should be proud. So with that, we actually serve the taxpayers very well, and it's a continuous process as we administer opportunities across the board. Thus, the bar graph showcasing sanitation comparison by entity. As far as utilities-related key operational improvements, as reported a little over 2 years ago, the Office of the City Manager did approve a reorganization to make the utility billing division, the customer service division, also known as, right here to my right, the south side of the building, people engage and interact with staff. Up until April 2024, it was actually a division of the Department of Finance. I actually began working with leadership of both finance and the Department of Utilities back in February 2024 to evaluate the organizational structure and some issues and challenges associated with operations. That resulted in the approval of the reorganization, as I just mentioned, effective April 2024. A few steps to get to that place involved the elimination of an assistant manager position because we did identify efficiencies in operations to get to that place. We eliminated credits for estimated water usage. We also initiated collection efforts on 3,200 delinquent accounts, some having existed for over 10 years. We were also able to replace 5,819 defective endpoints by Badger. Badger Meter, the advanced metering infrastructure system that's been employed by the city of Delray Beach for approximately 10 years or more now. So that was actually accomplished at no cost to the city of Delray Beach because we were able to execute warranty provisions to get that taken care of and squared away. As a result of a fully functional or more optimally functioning endpoints regarding the Badger meter system, that contributed to our ability to reduce overtime expenses from 1,220 to 682 hours a year. So reduce that by approximately half. This also resulted in the implementation of manual reading. We reduced dependency in that regard because with better functioning advanced metering infrastructure, we were not as reliant on manual reading as we had once upon a time been. Enhanced customer account data accuracy was achieved in this regard, and as a result of these aggregate contributions, the city was able to recover over $2.1 million of lost revenue since the time of the reorganization, as well as the corrective efforts I've just summarized in the presentation. Oh.
Impact fees.
Okay, I need some assistance. There it is. Please forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. The next subject, impact fees. Draft study was delivered back in December 2025, a city commission engagement to that effect. Commission received a presentation and authorized moving forward with fees for public safety, city administration, water facilities, sewer facilities, and stormwater management, along with updated fees for parks and recreation during your January 2026 meeting. The necessary ordinance is likewise being prepared, and that is actually anticipated to be completed pretty soon. So working with everybody involved to get to that place, we look forward to offering those considerations before the commission. Once that is adopted, it will take approximately a month or so to program costs into the permitting software. So there will be a transition process associated with getting to that place, but nevertheless, forward momentum has been initiated per direction and expectation of the City Commission, as well as what we talked about to this effect during the current fiscal year proposed budget process. A little follow-up clarity regarding claims, payouts, and settlements, $500,000 and over. First of all, as many realize, sovereign immunity caps under Florida Statute 768.28 exists. Per person, that's $200,000. Per incident, $300,000. Examples of everyday government operational claims: 1. Car accidents. 2. Slip and fall. 3. Failure to maintain public infrastructure. Settlements exceeding $500,000 are typically associated with federal or other separate laws, not subject to the aforementioned Florida statute. Federal claims, these include federal claims involving civil rights, for instance, constitutional violations, for example, unlawful arrest, excessive force, whistleblower complaints, employment discrimination concerns. Likewise, a bit of a focus relative to Lift Station 34. We recently talked a little bit about this. However, I thought it was important to further underscore some particular concern to this effect. There were questions regarding the length of time that it took to complete the due diligence process. And working with everybody involved, the due diligence process really began between August 2025 up until February 2026, resulting in follow-up meetings with the Office of the City Manager and all others involved to get to a place to facilitate transactions and adjustments to cover the associated expense, because this was in fact an emergency, not to mention being thorough enough to be in position to proceed with the claims process. Again, we did talk a little bit about this pretty well at a most recent City Commission meeting. However, I think it's important to underscore that there does in fact exist a rather involved due diligence process involving both parties to get to a place of understanding where we need to be in terms of moving forward with respect to claims and other transactions. As far as special events, City of Delray Beach special events, potential write-downs for outstanding balances. We have 3 different categories for which we are involved, and this direction or recommendation is to not involve the City Commission in all respective categories. But there are some particular considerations based on requests having been experienced both formally and informally that will necessitate an engagement in that regard. First of all, category number 1. The total number of customers in this place are 31 individuals and organizations. Invoices dated March 4th, 2004. Not 24, ladies and gentlemen, 04. In other words, a span of about 22 years. So from March 2004 until March 2026. Total amount invoices due of $155,134. Thank you. Category 2, financial related recommendations, invoice write-downs, very old invoices, and customers probably out of business. Total number of customers at 3, and this time frame spans between March 2004 up until June 2023. Total amount of invoices of about $50,729. Category 3, invoices for City Commission decision, which is what we are contemplating as we prepare accordingly. The total balance in this category, about $59,000. A number of customers of about 19. These are invoices going back to 2015 up until 2024. So a span of about 9 years since we've implemented a number of improvements to make sure we have collections in place and we all are squared away in this regard. Actions to be taken with potential write-downs. These invoices are considered uncollectible, and the Department of Finance has recommended write-downs in the accounting records to 1 cent to preserve history. 2, all events having occurred before January 1st, 2025, the account/invoice will be sent to the city's collection agency. So for that category, that would be facilitated via collection agency. 4, the event producer will be listed on the city's arrears list. That includes name of entity and names of key executives. A, will not be allowed to book future events. B, will not be allowed or be eligible for grants from Neighborhood and Community Services, because interestingly enough, a number of organizations do what they can to pursue opportunities in this realm. C, will not be eligible for grants awarded by the city commission or any other city affiliation. This is the path forward moving forward in the event that they are in this place. 5, an updated special event policy will soon be in place that includes requirement for a deposit equal to 50% of anticipated city costs for A, any events produced by any person or entity who has been delinquent in paying a city invoice for any event in the previous 2 years. B, first-time events. C, any event with reimbursable city costs anticipated to exceed $5,000. Additionally, all CTEC meetings, by the way, CTEC is Special Events Technical Advisory Committee, meetings are recorded and minutes are prepared. Applications from producers with overdue balances are not considered. Cost estimates are available to producers on request. Invoices are prepared and usually sent within 30 days of the event. Reminders for payments are sent to those who have not yet paid their invoices. A statement asking if the producer understands that they will incur costs that will be due to the city is now read when an event passes through the CTEC process, and the producer must acknowledge the statement on the record. Additional actions to be taken to prevent repeated issues. The special event manager will continue to work closely with the city's finance department to ensure that invoices continue to go out in a timely manner and that all aspects of the special event policy are adhered to, including collection of deposits where required, payment of all funds owed, implementation of penalties when the policy is violated. I'd like to also offer a brief reminder of the city snapshot position. You all had an opportunity to experience this during your last city commission meeting, April 21. We talked a little bit about the revenue and expenditure balances being in positive position or favorable position aggregately. So this is a snapshot for fiscal year ending September 30, 2025, which is to be formally recognized via the current ACFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Reporting process, which will soon be before you by the external auditors. This is simply a similar summary for the first quarter ending December 31, 2025. So the current fiscal year, we are now entering the third quarter, or early part of the third quarter. We actually entered back in April. So the city of Delray Beach remains in a solid position in this regard. Also, this section concludes the fund balance position. The fund balance policy position being anywhere between 21% to 25%. We are currently positioned at the higher end at roughly 24.79% as of the adopted budget period. So we did highlight that during last meeting's presentation. But again, I think it's important to highlight for the commission and the community the sound financial management that's actually being administered by all involved, the Department of Finance, all departments, every level of the organization. So I'd like to conclude by offering some positive highlights. As I mentioned during the early part of the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, my tendency at times, oftentimes, frankly, is to be an overly optimistic fellow. Whenever there are mistakes, whenever there are missteps, I do what I can to highlight the positive, go to the positive place, get to the absolute environment in which we can achieve. Before I talk a little bit about this, and just to be clear, the opportunity to engage with respect to the write-down considerations for the one category versus the three that I highlighted a little earlier, that's anticipated during a city commission meeting next month. So I'll be visiting with you all individually to talk about some specifics in that regard to alleviate any specific concerns or questions that might exist before we offer that opportunity. But again, I have no ability to do that on my own. It's not a simple transaction process. It does necessitate an opportunity for City Commission to get to a place in which they can offer their guidance and expectations, given the expression of interest in the community and elsewhere. So, an era of responsible stewardship and thoughtful innovation. Delray Beach is moving forward with several major projects across the city, investments in public safety, infrastructure, parks, culture, and the environment. Each project addresses a specific need, but together They are part of a coordinated approach grounded in planning, fiscal responsibility, and long-term thinking. This reflects Delray Beach's commitment to managing public resources wisely while preparing for the needs of today's residents and future generations. One city, one coordinated approach, and again, we have a lot in which to be proud of, if I could get to that place, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, given the myriad of work. From the Office of the City Manager, the department directors, staff at all levels of the organization, the general maintenance worker, any and every man and woman serving the city of Delray Beach loyally, committedly, and faithfully makes a contribution in that regard, and we do as much as we possibly can to credit them and to showcase their appreciation. So that's a continuous endeavor as well. Rather than planning projects in isolation, the City of Delray Beach aligns efforts across departments to ensure improvements move forward efficiently and thoughtfully. What we are investing in, just to continue: water. The modernization of the city's water treatment plant supports public health, system reliability, and long-term resilience. The upgrades will enhance system reliability, increase treatment capacity, and strengthen resilience against future growth and environmental challenges. The project is currently underway, as Mr. Hajimiri and myself have reported a number of times recently, with a substantial completion date anticipated in August 2028, with full completion in October to November of 2028. As far as public safety, a new police headquarters facility, funded via voter-approved general obligation bonds, is designed to support modern policing practices and community engagement. The facility is designed to enhance operational efficiency, improve coordination among units, and create a more welcoming environment for community interaction, reinforcing the city's commitment to safety and transparency. Resiliency. Beach renourishment and natural dune management projects, Delray Beach Shoreline, which is currently being finalized with the current renovation program, enhance coastal resilience and preserve one of the city's most treasured natural resources. As Ms. Barletto talked a little bit about a little while ago, for the 4th consecutive year, Delray Beach Municipal Beach has earned the prestigious Blue Flag designation. The designation is an internationally recognized symbol of excellence for beaches that meet high standards for water quality, environmental management, safety, and public education. Community spaces. Investments via a second general obligation bond approved back in March 2023 supports improvements across parks and recreation facilities, expanding access, usability, and quality of life citywide. The comprehensive renovation of Pompey Park enhances recreational facilities, expands programming, and improves accessibility while honoring the park's historic and cultural significance. That's, of course, in partnership with the Delray Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. We have a special meeting, joint meeting called for May 26th, of which the opportunity to offer direction in terms of next steps is before you as well. And of course, you've heard from some enthusiastic members of the community regarding the current Delray Beach Municipal Golf Course renovation program. Renovations to the municipal golf course balance improved playability with long-term sustainability, preserving a historic public asset for future generations. Roadways. Transportation improvement projects across the city, including the Swinton Avenue and Atlantic Avenue intersections, focus on safety, mobility, and the experience of residents and visitors. Austin Culture. The renovation of the Crest Theater represents a renewed investment in Delray Beach's most cherished cultural landmarks. Designed to preserve the building's historic character while modernizing its interior, the project will enhance performance capabilities, improve accessibility, and create a more welcoming experience for all. The space will support a wider range of programming and serve as a vibrant hub for arts, culture, and community connection in the heart of the Old School Square campus. Expanding programming and continued investment at the Creative Arts School, located on the historic Old School Square campus, of course, strengthens Delray Beach's commitment to accessible arts education and a vibrant cultural community. Preservation efforts at Sunday Village protect historic cottages while allowing these spaces to continue serving the community through thoughtful reuse. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate the opportunity to respond. I remain extremely grateful for the opportunity to serve as Delray Beach's city manager. That has not changed, that has not waned one bit. given the fact that we are in fact a high-performance organization with a lot underway, as I did my best to try to underscore as part of tonight's presentation, simply aligns with the fact that mistakes do occur. Inconveniences are the case from time to time. Nevertheless, we learn from that. We do what we possibly can to achieve and to get to the absolute best place possible. That oftentimes requires a great deal of patience and individual adjustments and attention, but nevertheless, we are here to maintain a positive, productive experience for all concerned. And quite frankly, I hope that the community, in addition to the City Commission, will continue to offer their support for our efforts moving forward. Not to mention to what we've been able to accomplish thus far, as highlighted in the presentation, but as we continue to move forward, because in the coming years, we will be quite busy as a municipality. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and again, much appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, thank you, yes, thank you. Okay, we're now moving on.
Wait a second, we don't get to comment? We
we're
comment
not
after
commenting.
every present. You're not going to let me speak
I'm not
after that?
letting anyone speak
There was
on
a
this. You
lot
are-
of information in there that was not right.
You are welcome to use your commissioner
I'm going to use
comments.
my commission comments,
There
but
you go.
it's
Good.
highly
I'm
unusual,
not laying the straw.
highly unusual to have a
You
presentation
made that point.
and not
Commissioner
allow people
comments.
to speak.
You can
I
say
think
what
my
you like.
colleagues should vote on that.
You should say what you like.
I would like my colleagues
I'm sorry, that's
to
a call of the
vote
chair. That's
on
not
that.
subject to a vote.
You're not, this is
Excuse me.
highly unusual procedure
You're welcome
to
to bring
have
it
a
up in commissioner
presentation and not let someone respond.
You know,
It's
this
unheard
is the
of.
chair's decision, not yours. So
Okay, Chair.
There we go. Item 4F, which is now Small Business Month proclamation. That will be Assistant City Manager Orris. You have the proclamation to read.
Thank you. Mayor, as you mentioned, Jeff Forrest, Assistant City Manager, and this proclamation states, whereas small businesses are the backbone of Florida's economy, making up 99.7% of all businesses in the state, and whereas small businesses employ 57.2% of the state of Florida's workforce, and whereas since 1995, small businesses have generated more than 62% of net new jobs in the United States, whereas Delray Beach, Florida recognizes and celebrates our local small businesses and the vital contributions they make through our We Heart Small Business Year-Round campaign, and whereas 94% of consumers in the United States appreciate the contributions small businesses make in their community, and whereas local business advocacy groups such as the Delray Beach Downtown Development Authority, the Greater Delray Beach Chamber of Commerce, and the Delray Beach Office of Economic Development, as well as public and private organizations across the region, encourage and endorse the recognition of May 2026 as a month to support and recognize the contributions of small businesses in our community. Of course, it ends with, now therefore, I, Thomas F. Carney Jr., Mayor of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby complain...
You're looking good there, Tom.
Do hereby... Hey... If I could have the health you've had lately, I'd be a happy guy. Do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Small Business Month and urge the residents and visitors of our community to support local Delray Beach small businesses and merchants during Small Business Month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orris.
Mayor, if I may, our partners from the CRA, the DDA, and the Chamber of Commerce are all here, and we're kind of hoping we'll do a photo opportunity with all of
let's do
them,
the photo op.
so we can promote our small businesses in our wonderful city of Delray Beach.
Thank you.
You want me to read this historic record? You want to read it? I don't care. The last item is the proclamation for the National Historic Preservation Month. Let me read this proclamation. Whereas throughout the month of May 2026, the residents of Delray Beach, Florida, and its visitors celebrate the importance of preserving historic resources and their significance to the local community. And whereas Preservation Month began as National Preservation Week in 1973, in 2005, the National Trust extended the celebration to the entire month of May and declared it Preservation Month to provide an even greater opportunity to celebrate the diverse and unique heritage of our country's cities and states. And whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability, and whereas implementing historic preservation has been shown to preserve the city's historic neighborhoods and its important architectural resources, provide financial incentives, and improve the local economy, especially in Florida, attracting tourism and garnering interest in the city's architectural and cultural heritage. And whereas local preservation groups, state historical societies, and business and civic organizations across the country celebrate Preservation Month through the honoring of local historic sites, events that promote historic places, heritage tourism, and that demonstrate that the social and economic benefits of historic preservation during the month of May 2026. And whereas the United States marks the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, looking to the places that bring its most powerful promise to life, and preservationists making sure that those places endure. And whereas all people are created equal is the theme for National Preservation Month in 2026, co-sponsored by the City of Delray Beach, Delray Beach Historical Society, Delray Beach Preservation Trust, and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now therefore I, Thomas F. Carney Jr., Mayor of the City of Delray Beach, on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May as 2026 as National Historic Preservation Month in the City of Delray Beach, and urge its citizens, businesses, and organizations to join me in the special observance in witness where I have set my hand and seal to the official seal of the City of Delray Beach this May 5th, 2026. If I could have John Miller. Say a few words?
Very briefly, thank you so much for the City of Delray Commission, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney. Delray stands alone, I would say, in this part of South Florida in terms of historic preservation. It was a genesis of the revitalization of this town, and there's hundreds of cities up and down the east coast of Florida. And very, very few Delray beaches. So thank you very much for your dedication to this effort.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and thank the Historic Preservation Trust and the National Historic Society for all the work that they do. Comments and inquiries on agenda and non-agenda items from the public. First is the city manager's response to inquiries and highlights.
I yield at this time, thank you.
Okay, now we are now to a portion of the meeting which is for public comment. Let me read you the rules on public comment. The meeting is now open to the public comment from anyone wishing to speak on any topic or agenda item other than the quasi-judicial items and public hearing items. The public hearing items are going to be starting with agenda item 8A, and there is 7B, which is a quasi-judicial, so that will be, you will not be able to speak on that item during this portion of the meeting. The public will have an opportunity to speak on the quasi-judicial and public hearing items later in the meeting as those agenda items are called. For public comment, please sign in, state your name and zip code for the record. You will each have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Price Patton, 33483. Welcome to National Historic Preservation Month. I appreciate the proclamation. I didn't know we were going to be included in it. One of the things we did this month was we have these signs that are signs of distinction, and we put them in front of. This year we've done churches and we've done private things. We've done schools. This year we did public buildings, and 7 of the 8 public buildings we signed were owned by the city, which shows that the city has made a commitment to historic preservation, and we appreciate that. There's a QR code on the sign. It links back to our webpage. You can find out the history about the buildings. So We thought that was pretty cool. We've done that for about 5 years. And the main point of my coming up here is this is kind of a generational opportunity for this commission to mark Historic Preservation Month. There are a couple properties, the Veterans Park and the cemetery, which are ripe for expanding our historic stock of spaces and places. It's the commissioners back in 40 years ago had the foresight to create 5 historic districts. There's not been a single historic district created since then. There's been 15 or 20 individual designations, but this is an opportunity to get the cemetery and Veterans Park. Hopefully later when the golf courses are completed, we can get that. Historic designation creates heritage tourism, and the history of the cemetery is absolutely fascinating. It was where our black and white pioneers were laid to rest. Both the cemetery and and Veterans Park have seen better days. They're in bad shape. We could use money to clean up the cemeteries, the headstones. That would be a great project for a Boy Scout group to clean those headstones, and they could learn about the histories and the people who are laid to rest there. So we would urge you to, what I'm urging is that the commission take steps to start the process of designating the Veterans Park and the cemetery as historic. Staff needs direction to do that. I'm asking you to vote to direct staff to at least prepare those designations. The cemetery designations are prepared. The report says they're eligible for national designation as well as local. The Preservation Trust wrote the application for Veterans Park, so it's all there. It's like I think I've said, there are 2 pretty pieces of low-hanging fruit there for you to grab an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patton. Yeah.
Hi, Stephanie Immelman, the Delray Beach Chamber of Commerce. In honor of Small Business Month, the Delray Chamber is going to be hosting a business expo on May 19th from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Aloft Hotel. This is free and open to the public. So we've got about 48 businesses that'll be exhibiting there, including 4 restaurants, so you'll get some food out of it if you want to. But this is a really good opportunity for the public to get to know our small businesses and interact with them and support them. So we hope to see you there. And thank you to Gina and her team for helping us to promote this event. We appreciate that. Thank you.
What time of day is it?
It's from 5 to 7 p.m.
We have a city
on May
commission meeting
19th
that night
at
from
the
5 to
Aloft
7.
Hotel.
Okay, so you
Oh,
know.
no. I invite all of you to come if you
all
can't
that.
make it.
Just letting you know,
Free
we
and open
probably
to the
can't make
public.
it.
That's okay. Thanks.
Sounded good.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Greg Snyder, 33445, here on also behalf of the Preservation Trust. And I have a lot of prepared remarks that Price has already covered. So I just want to echo what he said. I know I've approached all of you individually about Veterans Park. It's the historic heart of the city. And it needs to be recognized. The same thing with the cemetery. I think he said it better than I can. The people that are buried there are the people who built Delray Beach, and it needs to be done. And I just encourage you, as he said, to get the staff moving. I've talked to historic preservation staff, and they're willing to start cooperating with us on this with direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder.
Hi, Joy Howell, 33444. First of all, I just want to thank you for your recognition for historic preservation in your actions today. And also, I know it's on the agenda for your goal setting this Friday. And I want to just support what my colleagues have said here. I'm a past president of the Preservation Trust, and I think that trying to get something done this year on the cemetery and possibly Veterans Park, at least some sort of a preservation of the land. And then if you want to build on it later, or if there's other actions, great. Thirdly, I have an idea. I'm a little concerned about demolition by neglect. And I'm wondering, how do we address this? I know city staff gives it their best efforts, but I wonder if you couldn't create a hot list, and maybe the public could even, give, suggestions. But you create a hot list of properties that are in danger of demolition by neglect. And you start to have a report at your commission meetings on a regular basis. What's been done? Where does it stand? What are the dangers? What's our time frame? So that we help these owners who are trying to do the right thing, but just can't seem to quite get it all done. So that would be my my question to you, and good luck on Friday.
Thank you very much.
Jim Chard, 33483. Since I have two subjects, can I get 6 minutes?
No.
That was a joke.
But you can have 1.5 minutes each.
I wanted to add to what was said about the Reef Institute, is they just won the $100,000 grant from Impact 100.
Yes, they did.
And I think a big part of their winning that was because of this city's input. And definitely in their presentation, they mentioned that. And I think it is now incumbent upon us to ask them to follow up and start outplanting those corals in our reefs. So cool. I too wanted to talk about historic preservation. One of the proudest moments of my life was to serve as the chair on that board for 2 years. I think that historic preservation really makes a difference in what a city is, its identity, its self-respect, its pride, and it is an ongoing process because of things like demolition by neglect, because of the cost of doing it. Some of the residents who have reserved and preserved and saved buildings have literally spent millions of dollars. And I think we owe it to them to have a category that can expedite some of these things. Nearly everywhere I go when that subject comes up, there are complaints about how long it takes. And I think that with support from this commission, that process can be looked into and speeded up on the behalf of the city and also the applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chard.
John Miller, 1502 Fenton Drive. Thank you again for the proclamation. I appreciate it. It's a good night for me to be here tonight because I really appreciated the video from the Reef Institute and what Missy put on as a scuba diver and a fisherman. So much depends on the health and of our reef system. And I've dove out there many, many, many times, and the videos don't even do it justice. It's amazing. So thank you so much for taking putting the attention on that. For the Evans Scholarship, a good friend of mine's son is a scholarship recipient, and he's right now at Miami University in Ohio. And so it's a wonderful program. He's got a full ride, and I would strongly encourage you to do anything we can to bring that to Delray. And then what Joy and Price and Jim said about demolition by neglect, especially, that is a challenge here in Delray Beach. We do have property owners that are letting their properties decline. And for all of the efforts that Delray puts into historic preservation, that is one area I think where a little more focus could put on it. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Dr. Spencer, 33444. So I was excited to see the city's priority around resiliency, building as a city, because I think investing the opioid settlement funds in school-based substance abuse prevention is actually a natural and strategic extension of that. Schools are trusted, community-rooted institutions, and they reach our young people at critical stages of development, which makes them the highest leverage point that we can actually have when it comes to prevention. LSIS, Living Skills in the Schools, is able to build these protective factors at scale. So we teach our youth emotional regulation, we help them with healthy decision-making, peer resistance skills, and these become community-wide social norms. They strengthen families, they connect community organizations as partners, and every dollar spent multiplies in investment towards reducing future costs with healthcare, criminal justice, and social services. So I encourage you, as you look ahead to the allocation of the opioid settlement funds and the strategic priority around resilience, that you consider supporting school-based substance abuse prevention, not just as a health intervention, but because it commits our community to its own future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spencer.
Hi, good evening. Laura Simon with the Downtown Development Authority, and I want to just thank you all for your recognition of our small businesses. Downtown has over 96% of our businesses, or 95 probably now, percent of our businesses are small. And independent mothers, husband and wife teams out there running their businesses, and we really cherish what they give to our community. We recognize that through our organization this month, because this week is we're celebrating moms. So moms, sisters, daughters, all of that. We encourage everyone to think about shopping and doing your shopping for mom downtown. And when you do that, we're giving away orchids. This is our, I think probably our 16th year of doing the orchid giveaway. So this is a customer appreciation event. You spend $200 in a store throughout the downtown, and you can receive an orchid. Also, I just want to congratulate the city for the 4th Blue Flag, which is a huge recognition for us. For those who don't understand, international travel looks for a Blue Flag to travel. So being one of, I'm not sure if we're the only one in Florida this year. No, Boca? Okay. But there's only 3 in the country. Correct? That's amazing. So that is amazing for international travel. We've got the World's Cup, so we want them all to come to Delray. We also are up for Best Beach in Florida. The voting is still there, so everybody vote for Delray to win Best Beach again, or in the running, so we want to win that again. So you can go to our Facebook page. We have it up there, so you can vote every day. We have 12 days left. And then I just want to, you had other proclamations on the agenda recognizing public works, the clerks, firefighters, our internal auditor week. I mean, those are serious positions within our city that do amazing work for our community, and they should be recognized with either a list or read their proclamation out loud as well. But and then I do support the cemetery recognition, and just implore any extra efforts that can be made to just revitalize the landscape out there and remove the dirt and replace it with sod. And just, it's sad. It's already a sad place to be, but to be there and to be, unfortunately, it's sad visually. So I just encourage everyone to put that on the list, and I look forward to the goal setting on Friday, because there is a great deal on the agenda. So,
but there's 3 in the continental United States. Unfortunately, the state of Hawaii has a bunch of them. So, but then
they should.
They're so far
Honestly,
away that
they should.
Really.
God bless them. We should all be them.
But point noted.
Aloha. Thank you.
Aloha.
My name is Chuck Ridley, 33444. I also want to share that I support preserving and enhancing the history, particularly of the cemetery. I would hope that we also preserve all of the history, because just as Delray was segregated, so was the cemetery. And just make sure we lift it up, not as a dig, but let's preserve the history. That's one. I also know that I can't target a comment at anyone, so I think I want to bring it to the commission. I really appreciate your staff. I really appreciate the presentation that I heard tonight. What it reminded me from May 1990 until January 2021, there was a period when Delray really was a national leader in Midtown sizes. Some of you were even elected during that period. Unlike your city manager, who would know those dates on his own, the reason I know them is because of the help of AI. But what I did know is what happened.
Most people don't admit that, Mr. Ridley.
Yeah, but I was engaged. I was here. I was really proud. From 2013, and I was here last year, until 2021, we had 8 city managers. That cannot be considered the high watermark of this city. What was different? With Mr. Harden, he had a commission that understood he was the city manager and they were the commission, and that there was a need to collaborate, not only between yourselves, but with citizens to make sure we reach that mark. Between 2013 and 21, I believe there were times we lost sight of that. But from 2021 to now, I believe there is a reset. I believe that your staff is some of the finest that you're going to find. I believe community is willing to step in and collaborate. I believe most of the commissioners want to work hand in hand. But we're going to need 100% of all of us to get to a place that we realize and recognize that the North Star for Delray is greatness. And let's all strive to make sure Delray is a place that my grandson and my grandson's grandson will thrive the way I have since I've been here. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ridley. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed. We now go to, I need the approval of the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. We now go to regular agenda item 7AA, which is former item 6G, is it? Yep, 6E, which is the, I guess Mr. Mitat will be making this presentation for both 6E and 6F, which is 7AA and 7BB.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Sam Mitat, Director of Parks and Recreation. I think I have the next 4, so you're going to hear
Are you all next 4? Really?
You're going to hear me from me for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Actually,
Yeah.
5.
Is it 5?
Well, because you have the.
No, we're pulling you full, one of them's
You
full,
have
so,
7.
yeah, so,
Well,
yeah.
it's not-
Would have been 5.
It would have been 5.
Yeah, I got it. It would have been 5. All right, first order of business
Actually,
is...
no, it is, because you got 7A as well.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
7A. What do I got at 7A?
Drone show?
It says 7A, it says Sam Mitat, ACS.
The special event drone show, which is what popped up on the screen, so that would be
Oh.
after the amended item.
Anyway,
Gotcha.
please continue with 7AA.
Well, just for the record, typically Mr. Orris presents the special events to the commission, so, but I'm happy to help. All right, the first item is a request for additional spending on a purchase contract with Musco Lighting. We have been doing Musco LED lighting for the sports fields. As you know, we've already retrofitted all of Seacrest up there. We've also did Hilltopper Stadium. And at Miller Park, which is the baseball complex, we have been doing more of a phased approach. We've done 2 fields at a time. This will be, we've done 4 of the 6 fields, and this will be the next 2. It's 2 fields for retrofitting from old LED lighting to new LED lighting over at the Seacrest Soccer Complex. Like I said, it's Musco, so it all matches the same systems. Anecdotally, we got a great report from FPL last night that Seacrest and Hilltopper had a dramatic reduction in cost for changing from an old lighting system to a new lighting system. We completed that project back in the beginning of 25, and the numbers coming back are about a third, just over a third of what the energy costs were over the last year.
So these funds are coming out of the GEO bond revenues that we have?
Right, the sports lighting was one of the key components of the general bond.
Right.
Yep.
For Miller Field, I remember.
Yep,
I remember as part of the Miller Field team. So the funds we have on hand through the general obligation
Absolutely.
bond. Okay. So then, and if there's any good discussion on this, Commissioner Casal?
No, I was going to pull it just to inquire about the cost, but you've covered that, and so do you want me to make a motion? Oh, Sorry.
Commissioner Burns, did
No,
you?
I was just looking at the contract increase. So you said that you utilize a phased approach. So is that because you're doing it in phases that you have to request the increase at this time?
Correct, yep.
Okay. But it was included in the original proposal for the GO bond?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Any other comments? Then I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous? Thank you. 6F, additional funding request for the increase for REP services for park equipment, et cetera.
Yes, Rep Services is one of the biggest playground and park equipment providers, utilizing a contract with additional revenue request for $32,000. Two main items is all new benches, as well as there's a portion of this, I think it's $8,000 for neighborhood community services for new trash cans and lids in the downtown area.
Okay.
Again, we have the budgeted amounts for this in our budget. This is simply an increase on the threshold for the
Could I-
contract for additional spending.
Yes, you wish to
I
be
think
recognized?
the fundamental question, there's two things going on, right? There's a lot of spending which is considered additional spending. In other words, we didn't necessarily expect it. But also, I think there's concern about how are we actually applying the GEO bond fund money? And is it appropriate?
This one's not GEO bond.
Oh, this one isn't the additional spending on the park equipment?
It is not.
And concrete slabs?
There was mention in the, I actually called
Those
Sam
said they
about
were
this.
funded through general obligation.
That was the
prior.
previous-
That was the previous
Oh.
transaction related to the aggregate project. This recommendation does not contemplate any general obligation bond funding.
Okay, I had a question mark bond funding. So, okay, well,
In fairness, the city attorney did as well, so we discussed it today.
oh, thank you. I apologize that I probably should have checked in with you earlier.
No
I've
worries.
just been working on other
No, I
stuff.
was confused too.
Thank you.
Then we
So-
need, any
so
other
moved.
comments? Then I need a motion to approve?
So moved.
Just have a
Oh, wait,
question.
okay, Commissioner
I know
Mullin.
you're getting these trash can lids, but why are we paying them $5,000 to put them in? Can't we put them in?
I don't believe that's for the installation of the lids,
It says installer, RSI installer total.
but we would install the trash can receptacle, but not the lid portion. Like some of the trash cans are affixed to the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're getting $5,000 to put the lids on it. Is that right? Sorry, I didn't.
No, I would have to double check on that one myself as far as the installation component, but
Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I have a question.
You wish to be recognized, Commissioner Burns?
Yes, I just have a question. Is this the first revision of this particular item?
of this particular item.
Yeah, I
It's
mean-
not the first additional spending to this government contract for Rep Services, because Rep Services, we bought playgrounds with them before, we bought other products from them before, so we've brought you this before for different projects, but again, with using this contract.
Within what kind of time frame? Because I'm looking at, like, was this a new solicitation? Or, I mean, because it starts out small, but then it ends up being $2 million.
Additional spending.
Yeah, it's a piggyback contract, so it's a very large contract in another county, and so we're using their contract, which has a lot of spending. We don't need that much, and we don't necessarily have to buy the same things they're using. I'm sorry?
The reason why this is before you is because initially when this contract was approved as a piggyback, there was a certain fixed amount that was requested by staff.
Right.
Staff wants to continue using this piggyback, and so it needs to come before you because it's over the $100,000 threshold. So they are using the contract a lot, and I think that's what some of the concern was with the additional spending. However, it's because these are piggybacks. Clay County put out the solicitation, and the law allows us to utilize that contract up until such time as it expires. So they're using it for different projects, and so every time they want to use that contract, if it's over $100,000, then they have to bring it before the commission for approval.
Yeah. I think she said what I was trying to say much.
Way more eloquent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sam, I pulled up the invoice if you want to just take a look at it.
Yep.
The recycling.
This is like $2 million, okay.
And do
Okay,
we
motion
need-
to approve.
I'm good.
I think Commissioner
all-
Malika still
so
had a
First
question.
and a second, all in favor? You have a question, Mr.
Thank
Malika?
you.
Malika did.
Commissioner Malika.
Then we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, you got your answer?
No. It has to do with the, and if I may, just to address it, if you can flip back to that, please. The $5,000 references a total installation fee. It's offloading equipment and mobilization. That's the specific reference
Right, I
that
guess
she's
that's why it threw
referring
me
to.
off. We weren't
Right.
installing them. That's a fee they charge for like bringing them and getting them.
The mobilization expenses. One had the impression that it was to install the actual list. That's not what that is, to be clear, for the record.
Well, it says RSI installer. It sounds like, is that what they charge to take away the old ones?
Yeah, and it's I believe that's like their version of shipping and handling. is
Correct.
what they're trying to do, the freight.
Well, the freight is
Offloading.
actually $955.29.
Yeah,
Just take a peek at this.
absolutely.
Do you need to
Do
Do you want to
vote
defer
over?
this until you get clarity?
Because
You wanna
you only
defer
got
until you
one
get clarity?
eye. You got no nays, but you only got one eye on that. And that was Commissioner Markey. He was the only one that said aye.
Is it all in favor?
And then nobody said anything
Aye,
except.
okay.
All right, so
All right, well,
I
we
just
have
want to
a-
make sure it's
all right,
clear.
Are we finished with it? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
One.
Yeah, we'll look. We
Taking
were
this
still
vice
looking at
mayor
it.
stuff
Absolutely.
very seriously.
Yes.
All right, so.
No, the reason I pulled 6G, Mr. Mitat, is frankly, I'm looking at a contract with a 50% increase. So, we're adding another 300,000 onto the 600,000. And I kind of went through the history of, additional security at the tennis court and additional thing. I mean, I guess when we're bidding these things out originally, are we just missing the numbers? Is something happening? Is there new developments? And what is it that would cause a 50% increase in a contract?
Yeah. A little bit all over the place on that answer, and here's where we'll start. One of the main things is a Davis Cup, right? We added the Davis Cup after this event. A lot of security right there. I'm guessing about a year ago, I can't remember the date off the top of my head, we began doing security out here for all of the commission meetings. Those weren't part of the original bid, so those are additional expenses and additional security details that we've been adding over the years, or over the year, to increase this number. We're spending more on security than we anticipated in the beginning.
Okay.
Even for our events, we're using more security than we initially anticipated, because it actually is it's a cost reduction versus police detail in many cases.
Okay, Chair recognizes Commissioner Casal.
Thank you. But we're providing security to youth football games?
We have for certain football games.
Really?
Depending on the game, we've required
And what
metal
about-
detectors, or in place of some PD
Wow.
for different events.
St. Patrick's Day, you can pull that out because I don't think we can have that next year based on the new law. So that should bring our number down, no?
It would
That's
reduce the need.
substantial.
Correct. Yep.
Well, but have you taken that number out as we're agreeing on additional spending? Have you considered removing the St. Patrick's Day?
We did not, because we started filing this.
Okay,
sometime,
I feel
a
like,
little bit
but
ago.
we need
we
to,
could.
right? Because
we
we're
could bring
not-
this back and do so.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think,
that-
yeah,
some
because
other-
that'll change it substantially, the number.
Correct.
That's expensive.
75,000.
Perhaps we should do that. That's my opinion.
Any other,
Yeah, just-
anybody else which would recommend?
Where's the
Commissioner
funding
Burns?
coming from? Where's the funding coming from?
We have the funding in our budget, but we don't have the authority to continue to spend.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so it's already a budgeted item.
Right.
Okay. Any other things? Then I need a motion to approve or
Are we,
disapprove?
how's he taking it? Are you, when, you're gonna take out the St. Patrick's Day in the future?
Well, that's
Are
what,
we-
we're gonna be looking at, that's a separate,
Okay.
that's a separate thing. We're gonna
Right,
be
we
looking
would
at all
just
the
not have
special
to spend
events.
those funds.
No, we're gonna
Okay.
be looking at all the special events, I think, so,
So moved.
see where we can apply.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is approved, excuse me. All right, 6H,
Yeah.
which is the spending request and increase in mulch. Again, this is doubling the contract price for mulch, and did we not know that we were gonna be mulching? I mean, what has come, what's new, which is causing us to have a $150,000 increase in our mulch contract?
Again,
Mulch and sod.
one of the biggest things that we've experienced is not only doing more and more events, and Davis Cup is another event where we come in and beautify the area, using more mulch on the lawn for the car shows, things like that, but also it's the blown-in mulch, which is what this service is, where the company comes in with a big vac truck and blows it all in for you, significantly reduces our staff time as well on many of our projects, where conversely we would be buying a lot of mulch and spending a lot of staff hours putting mulch out. This has become a more efficient and cost-effective approach to doing the mulch.
So you think this is cheaper than if we did it the other way? Is that what we're
It
getting
is
at,
after you do all
essentially?
your man hours.
Okay.
How often are we replacing the turf at Old School Square? Because that takes a beating.
You're talking about the grass turf?
Yeah.
Well, we replace the main, what we call the Great Lawn, every year.
Every year.
Right after the tree, usually late February, depending on early March, based on when we can get it in around the schedule.
Yeah.
And then the front lawn, we're replacing almost twice a year now.
That's what
because,
I thought.
Just so much activity on the lawn right now.
There's an event every weekend there, so
It's tough. We've looked at this in the past of even doing artificial turf there, but then that creates a whole host of other problems. So it's a challenge. It absolutely is a challenge. It's hard to out-maintain the use.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners
Thank
wishing to
you.
be recognized or comment? Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Burns.
And again, this is not coming from the bond fund. This is
This
just
is
coming
not a
from
bond
your
fund,
budget. Okay, got it. All right.
Okay, any other comments? Then I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Perfect.
No, thank you all.
We have
Wait.
removed.
Oh, you removed the sod.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, and we are now headed to 7A. Correct?
I'll stick around.
Resolution 84-26. If the city attorney could read, please, the resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving an impact event known as Delray in the Sky Drone Show to be held July 29, 2026, authorizing the closure of Swinton Avenue from Atlantic Avenue to First Street as more specifically described herein, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Orris.
Jeff Horace, Assistant City Manager. This is a pretty simple one for you. This comes before you as it's an impact event for two reasons. It is anticipated to attract a crowd of more than 3,500 people, as well as we are looking to close Swinton for this event as well. As you recall, last year we did a drone show for the first time. It was very popular in the middle of the summer. Families came out and chose. I happened to be there, and I saw a lot of families out there, as well as we got very positive feedback from the businesses on Atlantic because it came at a very low time in the middle of summer. We are looking to emulate that again. The show will be expanded. The idea of using Swinton is because, for those of you who may have been out there, it was very difficult to see in certain parts of Old School Square. A lot of people were on the Swinton side, and the police were very concerned about people being out at Swinton and crossing mid-block. So it was best to close the road to give an optional viewing location while maintaining safety for those who came out to see the show. We had no major incidents. We had no minor incidents last year. We don't expect any this year at all. Very positive for the city. We incur about $10,000 in staff costs for staffing the event, but certainly a good, solid, family-friendly event for the city.
The only thing I'd throw out is I was saying to somebody yesterday, we did run into problems last year because President Trump was at Mar-a-Lago, and the Secret Service put restrictions on how high the drones could fly.
Right.
We can't predict if he's going to be here or not, but for those that were there last year, one of the reasons you couldn't see some of the drones is because the Secret Service had restrictions on us about how high the drones could fly from a security standpoint. So if he's there, we'll face similar issues. And also for those in the public, the reason that they do it over the tennis center is you want to do those in areas that are unmanned in case a drone conks out. So it's where we're doing is a really good spot. And I happen to agree with closing Swinton. I saw people crossing that road, very, very dangerous. So that would be in our best interest.
Thank you. Any other commissioners wishing to be recognized? Nope. Then I need a motion to approve Resolution 84-26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Now we're doing Resolution 20-26. If the clerk will please read the
You don't want me to do it?
other resolution. Yeah, read it. What? I mean, excuse me. Yeah, well, yeah, the clerk's going
I'm
to read it
happy to
after you.
abdicate
So
my
I want to see who reads it better. Go ahead.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a conditional use to allow a 24-hour business to operate at 3921 West Atlantic Avenue, as more particularly described herein, pursuant to the land development regulations of the Code of Ordinances and the comprehensive plan of the City of Delray Beach, providing an effective date and for other purposes. This is quasi-judicial, Mayor.
This is but wait, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, let me read you all the quasi-judicial rules. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes each to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission staff and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The applicant or the city will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. If there is anybody here wishing to speak on this subject, please rise and be sworn by the clerk.
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you very much. If the staff could please enter the project file into the record.
Good evening, Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file number PZ000234-2025 into the record.
Thank you very much. To the commission, any ex parte communications? Commissioner Casala.
Yes, I spoke to representatives from Delray Medical. I spoke to Lori Vinacore. I spoke to Mitch Katz. I think that may be it.
Okay. Commissioner Burns?
Yes, I spoke with representatives of Delray Medical, representative of JFK Medical Center, the emails that are on the server, and I spoke to Representative Deborah Tendrick.
Okay. Commissioner Malika.
Thank you. I spoke with representatives from Delray Medical Center. Also had a phone conversation with Lori Vinacore. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Any commissioner?
Yes, I had a lot of meetings, Delray Medical, JFK, and there are a bunch of emails that came in and back on the server as well.
Yes, so all the ones on the server are going to be deemed to be included in the disclosure. I spoke with Delray Medical. I did have a brief conversation with Mr. Katz as a member of the Planning and Zoning Board to see what happened at the meeting. I called him the next morning. It wasn't a very long call. And I said, as I said, I met with Delray Medical Group's representatives, but that was it. That's all I did. So those are all the ex partes. Presentation of the case. The applicant should now have the opportunity to present the case.
Mr. Mayor, I think we met as well. The applicant met with you as well. You mentioned Delray Medical Center, JFK Medical Center. We met with you.
Oh, we did. We had a. I'm
Yes.
sorry. We had a Zoom call.
I just want to make sure the record was clear.
Thank you so very much. We had a Zoom call. I apologize.
Not a problem. I'm not that good looking.
I was thinking of the ones in person, the ones on the computer screen. I forget all about. But anyway, yes. Thank you for the correction and to let me include that in the record. But yes, thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Roach, and I'm an in-house certified urban planner with the Gunster Law Firm in West Palm. With me this evening is my colleague and attorney, as you've heard from at Gunster, Brian Seymour. And we're here on behalf of HCA Florida JFK Hospital, of which Mr. Kenneth West, sitting behind me here, is CEO and with us this evening. We're excited to be here for an application for a conditional use permit to operate a 24-hour freestanding emergency department. The subject property is a 1.79 acre tract of land. It's located at 3921 West Atlantic Avenue. It's currently vacant. Has a planned office center zoning designation. And we'll get into a little more detail on this in the upcoming slides, but the application before you is in relation to the subject property being within 300 feet of a residentially zoned property, and that's as measured from property line to property line. As shown here, we're approximately 258 feet from the closest residentially zoned property to the north, and approximately 120 feet from the south across Atlantic Avenue. The properties to our east and west are both non-residential. Just some site photographs. This is the existing property today, standing along Atlantic, looking to the northeast. This is actually towards the rear of our property, and I'll talk about this undeveloped parcel or future development parcel Again, it is vacant as well. And then on the inset there, you can see the High Point community to our north, their residential structures, and the existing concrete wall and landscaping that buffers the property today. And again, we'll talk about that in more detail. This again is along Atlantic Avenue looking east. The inset photo is on the south side of Atlantic Avenue. The residential community there, which is completely enclosed by fences and walls as well as a solid hedge. Atlantic Avenue is a 6-lane divided roadway, as you're all familiar with. To accommodate growth in the region, provide faster emergency care to the surrounding community, and reduce the demand on hospital EDs, which thereby reduce wait times across the entire emergency healthcare industry, our client is proposing to build an approximately 10,860 square foot freestanding emergency department. We'll call it FSEDs or a freestanding ED on the subject property. Freestanding EDs are required and licensed to provide the same emergency services as a hospital emergency department. This includes the same equipment such as CT, X-rays, ultrasound, and they are also staffed with board-certified emergency physicians as well as ED-trained nurses. So all the same services that you would get within a hospital ED. The city's zoning code defines these as medical clinics, which is a permitted use by right within the POC zoning district. And just like hospitals, FSEDs are required by law to provide these services 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which ensures their ability to serve the community's emergency needs at any time of the day. While the use is permitted by right, the item that we're here before you is with regards to the 24-hour operation. As I indicated, within 300 feet of a residentially zoned property, the city's zoning code requires a conditional use permit to operate. Specifically, it's that hours between midnight and 5 a.m. And again, because we are required by law to be open 24 hours, we are before you with that request. This is just a quick map showing the 300-foot radius around the subject property, and you can see the two residential communities, the High Point to the north, as well as the one on the other side of Atlantic Avenue. Those are the ones that are triggering the conditional use application and our request. Freestanding EDs are modern healthcare facilities that are integrated into their communities. They offer hospital-level care, both, as I indicated, both equipment and staff, and they can do it in a fraction of the time. This includes reduced wait times, rapid evaluation, and they're closer to the residents that they serve, and this can all be life-saving. And it improves patient flow, as I mentioned earlier, across the entire healthcare system, regardless of the operator. And it does this by expanding the care resources to a growing population, which we're all experiencing here in South Florida. Freestanding EDs have been shown to generate a fraction of the traffic of some of the other uses that are commonly found, as nearly all of the patients arrive by walk-in or personal vehicle. You can see some statistics there with regards to freestanding EDs is approximately 17 trips during the peak hour, and how that compares to some of the other uses that you might find. While there is an ambulance bay, and again, this too is required by law, other facilities operated by our client have shown that there is an average of an approximately 1 ambulance per day. So very little ambulatory traffic. Almost everybody that comes into the facility is arriving by walk-in or personal vehicle. And those who do use the facility, approximately 95% of them who come into the FSED are discharged that same day and go home. They are not in need of being admitted into the hospital, but it provides that hospital ED service at a much faster and closer rate to the residential communities. As part of our evaluation and before submitting our application, we did look at other FSEDs within the county, so I'll go through a couple of those. This first one here is also is on Lantana Road, actually not too far from JFK Hospital. It is immediately adjacent to residential development. You can see there to the east of this here is the FSED at the end of the plaza, and immediately behind it is a residential community. So very similar, but actually we have a greater separation between residential than this one that exists. The next one that we looked at was on Okeechobee Boulevard. This is actually an old pharmacy that was converted into a freestanding ED. Again, along a major commercial thoroughfare, not too dissimilar from Atlantic Avenue. But again, you can see residential communities are located to the south. There's more single family here a little further east, and then you have multifamily as well a little further to the west. So again, within close proximity to residential. This one is up in Palm Beach Gardens. It is located on PGA Boulevard within the Midtown community, within Midtown development. It is located on the end of the plaza here. This is a commercial mixed-use development. You can see the FSED here, and then you have townhomes or multifamily residential located immediately adjacent. It's actually within 100 feet of the FSED. And these are all existing facilities that have been operating as good neighbors with these residential developments. Actually the last two, this one is on South Jog within Boynton Beach. It is located within a shopping center. However, you can see, similar to the one that I talked about on Lantana, there is residential immediately to the west. And then lastly, this is a new one that just recently completed construction, a little further away from residential, but again, we wanted to provide a clear context of all the FSEDs within the county. This one is on Glades Road. It's within the Mission Bay Plaza there, but you can see residential is within proximity of that. So. As outlined in your staff report, all plans do have to go through the city's level 2 site plan review. But currently on the screen is a conceptual site plan that we presented to the Planning and Zoning Board in December of 2025. This consisted of a single-story building, again, just under 11,000 square feet, had the primary public walk-in entrance on the south side of the building, had the ambulance entrance on the north side of the building, and had easily accessible surface parking lot on the north, south, and east sides of the structure. Before I go further, I do want to talk about the future development site to the north of the subject property. I mentioned it a little bit before. This separates the proposed freestanding ED from the High Point community to the north. It has the same POC zoning district as our property, which by right, the city's code would allow development of business, medical, professional office uses, and similar. This property is owned by our client, but is not proposed to be developed at this time. So there is no proposal to construct anything on this property. And the reason the southern site was chosen for the FSED was because of its proximity to Atlantic Avenue, and it is the furthest distance from the residential community to allow for that separation. So the future development site shaded there in the peach color, again, that will remain vacant. But we'll provide for those professional type offices that are allowed by POC zoning in the future. At the December P&Z hearing, we heard concerns from the board and those expressed by the surrounding community with regards to this conceptual site plan. And we took some time to look at how we could potentially mitigate those concerns and revise our plans accordingly. We did reach out to High Point after that. Unfortunately, we were not able to meet with them. We didn't hear back. But regardless, after the December hearing, we proceeded with an alternative site plan, which is the one that we are proposing and is included as part of our application before you this evening. As part of those changes to mitigate, we relocated the structure approximately 23 feet further south than originally proposed. This additional distance maximizes the FSED separation from the residential use, allows us to push it as close to the West Atlantic Avenue as we possibly can, while achieving and meeting the requirements for landscape buffers, setbacks, and so forth. So there will be approximately 393 feet as opposed to 370 feet between the closest point of our building, which is the canopy on the north side, which is now the public walk-in entrance instead of the ambulance, and the closest residential development to the north. And I talked about the public walk-in entrance being on the north side. That's because, and we're not always able to do this with the facilities, but we were able to rotate the entire facility 180 degrees That put the ambulance entrance on the south side of the building, closest to Atlantic Avenue. The public walk-in is now on the north side. This allows the building to serve as an additional barrier between that ambulance entrance and the residential community to the north. And with that shifting and relocating of everything, that allows us to increase our landscape buffer on the north side of the parking lot. We're now at approximately 50 feet in width here on the north side. But in addition to that, we are committing to installing the north landscape buffer on the future development site adjacent to the High Point community. You can see it here depicted along the existing concrete wall. We will advance construction of that and install it before construction even commences on the FSED. So that landscape buffer, which would consist of specimen trees, there will be approximately 4 to 5 inch caliper, which equates to about a 16, 18 foot in height. Shade trees such as a live oak or similar, spaced 25 feet apart, and it will provide for that solid buffer in addition to a proposed hedge along that north buffer or along that north property line before we even commence construction on the FSED. And then, again, I talked about the increase of the landscape width there to 50 feet. That will be another row of specimen trees, again, 16 to 18 feet in height, that will be located there. So from the ambulance entrance, you will have the building, you will have multiple levels of landscape buffers that separate it from the residential community. These are just cross sections of what I was describing before. The top one is the north side of the parking lot. You can see the parking there with the proposed hedge, as well as the specimen shade trees. And then the bottom is that cross section along the north property line. One of the other concerns expressed at the P&Z hearing was security, and I'll go through this quickly, but every FSED has measures in place to ensure safety of employees, patients, the surrounding community, and these are going to be implemented here as well. FSEDs maintain controlled access throughout their facilities, badge access. Visitors are required to check in at the front desk, as you're familiar with when you go to the hospital, very similar. And then there's also comprehensive video surveillance systems, which are standard and have live monitoring. And they will employ on-site security officers to maintain a visible presence and respond to incidents as they arise. Security staff are generally present overnight between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. And this will provide security during those hours that are subject to the conditional use permit. In addition, as you see with hospitals, physical design, of the interior layout provides for security. There's robust communication systems amongst employees as well as within the structure itself. And then there's strict controls over medications, who gets dispensed to, how much, and things like that. Again, pretty significant systems when it comes to those important aspects. And then all security is reinforced through policies and staff training. So as stated previously, the 24 hours is required. I'm actually almost done, if I can just have 1 minute.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. As stated previously, it's required by state and federal law to be 24 hours. It will assist in addressing the need for accessible, high-quality emergency care. It will allow the city continue to fulfill some of its policies that you can see there on the screen that are within your comprehensive plan. And as confirmed by your staff, it complies with all the required standards in the code. In March, the P&Z board did unanimously recommend approval. And after that hearing, we were fortunate enough to meet with High Point's HOA representatives, and we had a great discussion with them to answer their questions, address some of their uncertainties, and as a result of that, it's our understanding that they would not be here in objection this evening as an HOA, and we respectfully request your approval of this application to address the need that we've outlined.
Thank you very much. To the city, I'm granting you 1 extra minute, so you have 16 minutes. Well, I got to be fair.
won't need it.
I got to be fair to everybody. Got to be
That's fair.
Thank
That's
you.
fair. Thank you.
I started with you at 3:30. I won't take it, if possible. Okay. So the item before you is conditional use. I want to be really clear the part that you're approving. The part that requires your action is the 24-hour nature of the use, not the actual medical use itself in this location. I think you've gotten a very good overview from Mr. Roach. I'm just trying to add the part that you're taking action, why this has come to your level. And it's come to your level because any business that is located within 300 feet that is going to be open past midnight and then stay open until 5 a.m. that is within 300 feet of residential requires this action. And there are certain standards that are required for the use. And I'll just focus on those, which will, I think, hopefully help you. I think it's important to note that in POC, the medical clinic, medical offices, they're allowed by right. So it really is the nature of this particular use being open 24 hours and the impacts associated with it that you have to measure to see if the use is in the right place for the city. So this is the rule, LDR 4.3.3 VV and 2A. That if you're within 300 feet of any residentially zoned property, not a residential unit, but an area that is zoned for residential use specifically, measured in the straight line, and you can see that it's this sliver here, and then this first row of houses here. And if all of this was red, then this would not be before you. For the additional uses, there are, for the additional requirements for specific uses for 24-hour business, the goal is that we are going to have a healthy, safe, generally good situation for our residents. That's really the measure. And that if there are conditions that are needed to be applied to the approval, and the applicant has given you a very specific plan for mitigating any potential impacts to the neighbors, then those need to be considered and could be required as conditions of approval. The resolution in front of you does not include the conditions. Just if you're inclined to make a motion, that would be something that you need to include. So to approve a conditional use, it's the findings, you all know them. You may have to make a determination that approving this conditional use will not have a significantly detrimental effect upon the stability of the neighborhood, and it will not hinder development or redevelopment of nearby properties. The attached Planning and Zoning Board report has a fairly in-depth analysis of the land use, the zoning that is one of the implementing land uses, and then the standards in 3.1.1 specifically related to traffic. Again, the peak hour trips, I think you got a good overview of a comparison of this use versus other potential uses that are allowed by this zoning. And I think the issue, again, under the lens of the 24-hour use is what are the impacts during those nighttime hours when people that are in residentially zoned areas expect to, be undisturbed. So those are the things you have to look at it with. There's no school. We have a range of policies related to compatibility of uses and fulfilling land use needs. Medical needs, access to medical care is one of them, but also making sure that you are complementary and to your adjacent uses is a big part of our plan because we're a built-out city and we grow through redevelopment, and that can be really tricky. So we need to make sure that we're balancing the intensity related to the surroundings. So your considerations are that there's a medical office adjacent. Spodek Dental is adjacent, and they're sharing the drive. It's building out in a planned fashion. There is a public benefit that emergency departments are required to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay, and that we have a variety of land uses on West Atlantic. So there's policies that supports through economic prosperity. But ultimately, the access to, you have to determine whether the specific execution of this type of use is appropriate in this location, and if they have met the additional criteria related to 24-hour uses. That includes a security plan, which is why that was touched on by Mr. Roach in terms of how are we going to ensure that a business that's open at 2 a.m. is going to have a safe situation? We are, depending on the outcome of this, a site plan would follow with the details. However, buffering and making sure that there is an adequate physical design that limits any kind of potential impact. In this case, is there going to be activity that is going to bother the neighbors? And based on the geography of the layout, the people that...
One more time.
So this is where you're hitting the residentially zoned property. What is happening here, and then what is happening across the street? That's the concern that I think has to be weighed.
Okay.
What are the lights? Is there going to be glare? Is there anything that's going to creep over? This will be absolutely reviewed during, if the use is acceptable, during site plan. We have regulations regarding how much glare and spill can go. Sound, an ambulance siren one time a day, is the one time a day happening at noon or at 3 a.m, and how far does it carry? Sirens and lights, the tree line, and then there's an entire north parcel of separation that is being proposed. Currently, I think vacant. It will possibly have stormwater management on it. So the other aspects of the code for conditional use is that you have to determine whether it's compatible with the existing and proposed uses, if it's consistent with the LDRs, which will be reviewed in more depth with a site plan application later, and whether it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. The plan that has been submitted or that has been shown to you by the applicant is the plan that the Planning and Zoning Board took action on. So it did evolve to try to ameliorate some of the concerns of the neighbors. So I think you've gotten a very good overview of that, but the buffering that I think is important is what's happening here, then it's buffered again here. What's happening here, and to just try to minimize any of the spillover. It's utilizing a good circulation pattern by using Spodak Drive. That part is fine. I think the board took action to recommend approval with this plan, specifically that the ambulance entrance is on the south side. The public entrance, I don't think the location of that is quite as critical, but the main thing is that the buffering that exceeds code requirements would be approved, would be included. And the applicant in their presentation has agreed with that. So ultimately the findings, just to hit on them again, that if you were going to approve this business being here and it would be allowed to be open past midnight until 5 a.m, when most businesses in this location are required to close, you have to make the determinations that it will not have a significantly detrimental effect on the neighborhoods. It will not hinder development or redevelopment. And then ultimately, that's specific to this use, that is consistent with the Housing Policy 1.1.12, which basically says that new development has to be compatible with adjacent neighborhoods with respect to noise, odor, dust, traffic volumes, and circulation patterns, and their potential to have a negative impact. That the submitted security plan has adequate measures, and ultimately that the amount and type of buffering that is provided is adequate to minimize any potential negative effects. So in a summary, is this an appropriate location for a 24-hour late night business with a freestanding emergency department? Are the buffers sufficient to shield the residential areas from 24-hour activity? If it's very important that the ambulance location is on the south side, whether you want to include that as one of the conditions of approval or that the site plan follows as presented by the applicant, those main characteristics, and that whether or not this 24-hour component of this use adjacent to the neighborhoods at the distance they are in the configuration we're looking at specifically are compatible. So on March 16th, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval by a vote of 6-0 with the condition that the project be implemented as presented in the conceptual site plan that detailed those buffering locations that Mr. Roach presented to you. I'm here if you have any questions, and Rebecca Dossery is the principal planner in charge of long range, and the Planning and Zoning Board liaison is also here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This meeting is now open for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this matter, please come to the lectern, give your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. Are you representing an organization or?
Yes, I'm the president of the Alliance of Delray Residential Associations.
Then you will be granted 6 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Lori Vinacore. I'm also a board member of Delray Medical Center. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. You've received the Alliance's
Mayor,
letter
we need an address.
citing the myriad reasons for
Sorry,
denial.
excuse me, pardon me, ma'am. Yes.
So you need to put your address on the record.
Excuse me?
Your address.
You need to address the record, please.
Oh, and not just the zip code.
No,
Oh, yes.
because it's quasi judicial, we need.
Yeah, 10626 La Reina Road, Delray Beach, Florida, 33446. I live in the agricultural reserve, and our communities range from the ocean to the Everglades in the Alliance of Delray with over 100 associations.
Great, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. You received the Alliance's letter citing the myriad reasons for denial based on failure to meet land development regulation standards and conflict with the comprehensive plan. The negative impact to the community clearly outweighs any beneficial aspect, to wit, time. Clearly, if a patient is admitted and his or her condition deteriorates, precious time is wasted. And example, a patient comes in with a severe case of indigestion, but it's really a heart attack. They actually need to be transported to the hospital. Of course, time is wasted because they could be having an immediate procedure for life-saving procedure, and they need to then be retransported to another hospital. In a freestanding ED, they would wait for transport. This is not what the residents of Delray Beach deserve. And if that patient needs to be transported to a hospital, those sirens will be blaring no matter what time of day. 24/7 intense activity such as this is not appropriate adjacent to people's bedrooms. Further, the fire chief has clearly stated in a subsequent email to the one sent to the Planning and Zoning Committee that he was not advocating for the project and in no way arguing for the approval of the project. Keep in mind that this is not an approved use for a 24-hour late night use. Further, when Delray Medical Center is 5 minutes away and Bethesda is 10 minutes away, having a freestanding ED where a transport to the parent hospital is 20 minutes away is not a service to the public. Just a few comments regarding the presentation that was given. Now it's 1 ambulance per day. The last few meetings, it was 1.2 ambulances per day expected. This data comes from one ED in North County operated by the parent hospital. It is not, this is data that comes from one place, and it does not take into account our demographics. And the other thing, that's become more preposterous. 1 ambulance a day going to an emergency room that's affiliated with a hospital. You saw in the presentation the freestanding EDs shown in Palm Beach County, and almost all of them were in centers, commercial centers. And of course, Palm Beach, I am on the zoning commission of Palm Beach County. The way communities are built are you do have residential communities in proximity to commercial development. And many of those freestanding EDs you saw were actually in strip malls and commercial centers. Commercial malls are close to residential developments, but this is not a commercial area here, not a commercial mall area. This should not be here. Please deny this application. The people don't want it. And the other thing is I'm in very close contact with High Point 1, Section 1, Section 2, the people who are impacted by this. And you're going to be hearing from the residents. I know that some of the board members are out of town. I don't know why anybody told them that they weren't going to be here tonight. But you will hear from the residents, the people who are impacted mostly by this, whose close proximity and they're going to be impacted by this. So you'll hear from the High Point residents, and I think that will tell you everything you need to know to not approve this application. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes.
do you want to ask Mr. Seymour if he wants to cross-examine the witnesses?
Do you want to do that now, or
In case they leave, did you want to cross-examine?
do you
or-
want? Are you going to be wanting to cross-examine? If you are entitled to cross-examine the witness.
I don't know witness by witness. If you're okay if I sit here, then I could just do a witness by witness.
I think that's the easier way in case people leave.
Yes. Then yes, you may sit there.
Okay. I guess I only have one question for Ms. Vinacore, which is you
Dr.
mentioned...
Vinacore.
Yes, you're a veterinarian doctor?
No.
You're what kind of doctor?
I'm a retired physician podiatrist.
You're a podiatrist.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I had bad information.
It's okay.
You'd mentioned several times you're on the Palm Beach County Zoning Commission. Are the rules...
Just once, I mentioned it once.
The rules
just
for
now.
Palm Beach County and the rules of Delray Beach, are they the same?
There are different rules in
That's all.
both areas.
That's all.
Some rules, but the ones what you showed, the pictures you showed, were in unincorporated Palm Beach County, most of them. Okay, and that showed they were in commercial areas.
Okay. I'm just asking if the rules are the same. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm assuming staff is not doing any cross-examine if there's cross-examining going on. So I'm just giving you the same opportunity to cross-examine. Fine. Okay. Yes,
Hi.
ma'am.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Gail Kennedy. My zip is
No,
3344.
your address, please.
212D High Point Terrace West.
Thank you.
I'm going to, I don't want to use the word assume here, but I hope that everyone of the commissioners received the petitions that were sent last week by some of the homeowners in section 1 through 7 of High Point and a couple in the surrounding area. I'd like to restate something that I said in that email. The homeowners in the 3 long-established residential communities around these commercial businesses that are lined the Atlantic Avenue outside of our community and the small lot in question are not anti-business, anti-change, anti-medical offices, nor NIMBYs. The homeowners in the surrounding areas were and are aware that this long vacant area, divided into lots or not, is zoned commercially, and eventually something would be built. And that something to be built would ascribe to the same TRN zoning regulations and be consistent with the other local businesses on the street from High Point Boulevard all the way up to Windy Creek on West Atlantic. There are no businesses in this commercial area from High Point Boulevard to Northwest 41st Avenue, Windy Creek, that are late-night 24-hour operations. Most of these are small businesses and, with few exceptions, operate in the 9 to 5 time frame. Delray Gardens, Spodak Dental, and Spodak Dental is to the left of this lot. This is a business next to the lot in question. I can look out my back door, located in my bedroom, and watch traffic enter shortly before 9 to depart at 5:01, literally by clockwork. Yes, the bedrooms of many of the homes on High Point Terrace West back up to the proposed site. To give you some perspective, the distance of approximately 250 to 75 feet from the rear of the proposed site and my bedroom is equivalent to looking out the front entrance of City Hall to the left across the street and seeing an FED built on the north side of that empty lot across the street. The recovery team building is not a residential treatment center. Basically, we hear nothing from these people after early evening, and I mean nothing. We can hear the traffic on Atlantic Avenue. That also goes for the Hitching Post, the other small businesses nearby, the Hamlet Shops, Killer Dogs closes at 3, Delray Nails at 7, and Grace's Market at 9. You don't even know they exist after dusk. So far, they've been good neighbors and good for the residents of the city of Delray. These current businesses subscribe to the hours or fewer that are permitted within the current zoning and seem to have no detrimental effect on the surrounding neighborhoods, such as lighting pollution and noise pollution, car doors, ground communications, traffic, sirens. We cannot say the same will occur for an FED that requires an exception to the current zoning in order to exist. I ask you to disapprove the late-night 24-hour conditional use permit request from JFK Medical to operate this particular business on this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Pat Lynch. I live at 167A High Point Terrace West.
and I'm presenting this letter on behalf of Santina Rizzo, who cannot make it. At the last meeting with the Planning and Zoning Board, attorneys representing JFK Medical Center displayed slides showcasing freestanding emergency departments constructed throughout Palm Beach County. Notably, none of these facilities were built on property surrounded by residential communities. Instead, each one was located within public shopping centers, areas specifically zoned to permit 24/7 operations. These shopping centers, including Publix, remain open during evening hours for activities such as deliveries and restocking. This leads to an important question. Why did JFK Medical Center select the property in Atlantic Avenue for their new facility, knowing that this location, which is intended for low-density non-residential use, would require a conditional use permit for late-night operations to meet their construction requirements? The decision to choose the site rather than a location already zoned for 24/7 use is confusing and unacceptable to the bordering residents. In addition, 1 hour prior to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, a letter was submitted by Ronald Martin, fire rescue chief, that had many debatable statements. All in attendance were taken by surprise. In response, I would like to state that Delray Medical Center has recently remodeled their emergency department, which is located only 1.5 miles west of this property. It is designated as a Trauma 1 emergency center with 48 beds and includes a newly added vertical emergency center, which offers 7 treatment bays specifically designed for non-critical patients. Locally, we also have Bethesda Hospital East and West, Boca Raton Regional Hospital, and of course JFK Hospital, and other freestanding emergency departments and urgent care facilities across the country. Also, in Chief Martin's closing statement, he wrote, I quote, "Despite our crew's best efforts and efforts of frontline supervisors, fire and emergency medical services come with some inherent noise and disruptions to daily living. This disruption to daily living is totally unacceptable to the people who live in the neighboring residential communities, and we are relying on our elected officials to protect our quality of life. Some residents are snowbirds and have already left for the season, but want their voices heard. Gail Kennedy and I request acceptance of our petition with approximately 100 signatures so that High Point owners have their objections to this project taken into serious consideration. We ask that approval for JFK freestanding emergency department request be denied. Respectfully, Santina Rizzo, 222 High Point Terrace West, Apartment D." Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Do you wish to cross-examine?
No, sir.
Okay. City, can you cross-examine? No? Fine. Are there any more members of the public wishing to speak on this matter? And we have done the cross-examination so that we don't need to do that. Is there any rebuttal testimony that you wish to offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I want to, just a couple of points. There was a reference to the fire chief. Nobody thought the fire chief was endorsing a project. In fact, at the last Planning and Zoning meeting, Mr. Katz asked if there wanted to be a rehearing based on the fire chief saying he wasn't endorsing, and every member of the Planning and Zoning Board said, I didn't read that as an endorsement. It is a fact statement. And one of those facts that he talked about was that they do not typically transport advanced medical service patients to this facility. So the lights and sirens they'd be on Atlantic anyway. So it's only a function of once you get on site. And if they're doing that, they probably aren't coming here. The 1 per day can scatter throughout the day. What we've done, despite the one, it's actually I think 1.2, so yeah, we rounded. Because you don't have a 20% of an ambulance show up, so it can average. So maybe you have 2 one day, not another day. But what happens is there could be an ambulance. The fire department understands they can turn their lights and sirens off when they get on site. I think the deputy fire chief talked about that at the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. But we took that into account after the first hearing and turned everything around and added all the buffering. So right now you heard one of the residents talk about she can hear and see Atlantic Avenue. Well, that won't happen anymore. So most of the time, all of that noise now will be gone, and there will be occasionally a car that might come in these hours. The use itself is an allowed use. Ms. Vittercourt talked about distance. Someone else talked about distance. Safety, we don't need. There is, and we showed it to you, there's a Delray Medical Center, FSED near JFK, that is much closer to residential uses than we are, whether it's in a public shopping center or whether it's a building otherwise. And this is a commercial corridor, so whether they're all together or not, you have an ambulance bay, you have a building, and then you have residential. And so that's the exact same thing, and that's what John was showing you during his testimony. The other thing is the data is not from one location. That's just not correct. That is not the only HCA facility in Gardens. That is not the only place where the data comes from. So those things, understanding what's said, understanding the concern. But when we did meet with members of the board of the association, and I understand you're never going to get every resident. I've been doing this way too long to believe every resident is going to come and just say thank you for showing up. But we did meet with the association after the Planning and Zoning Board, and they aren't here. And I point to Ms. Vinacor's letter, the first sentence of which is that the Delray Alliance is doing this to support the residential association. The residential association is not here objecting because we worked really hard to try to resolve those concerns. So we do ask for this. This is quasi-judicial. All of the evidence does support this, and we do ask for your support, and we do agree with all of the conditions to make it look exactly like what we've shown you.
Thank you very much. The city, any rebuttal?
So I
Or
did want to
additional comment? Right.
I did want to ask or rebut. I think one of the biggest concerns that staff has had is the potential for sirens at different times. And that is, I think, one of the other points that was raised that we had not necessarily considered that possibly you could speak to is it may not just be Delray Beach transporting. There's private ambulance services in the mix too that we don't control, that we don't have data on. And so I think that is ultimately another factor in the service. And if you're averaging, whether it's a municipal ambulance or a private, and Dr. Whitaker spoke about having to move people more than once, things like that maybe.
So as John said, 90% of the people who come in don't get transported out. Some do. You don't need to necessarily transport out and lights and sirens on site. Why is that? Because they get there and they're stable. Again, this is a full active emergency department, just like you were in a hospital. So this is personal. I had a 180 resting heart rate because I had an atrial fibrillation. The longer that goes, the worse it is for my heart in the short term and the long term. Now, I happen to be right across the street from an emergency department. They got me in immediately. If I had to go an extra couple of minutes, my heart is worse off. That's the reality of things. And I was in a car. I wasn't in an ambulance. I didn't need to be transported. And if I did, if I needed an overnight stay, I could have been transported without the emergency because my heart rate, they did a really cool thing where they actually put some medicine in that stop and start your heart. I'm a total geek. I'm sorry, but I thought it was really cool that they basically killed me for 5 seconds. And my wife was not as excited. That I was stable, and if I had to get moved, it would have been fine. So that's the myth of this, right? What we did when we talk about the 1.2, when we get there per day, is not one of a specific type of ambulance. That's the average of what we've seen in our hospitals and in the freestanding emergency departments that HCA has. And again, the vast majority of people, 90+% of those people, do not get transported out. So you don't have more lights and sirens when they leave. But goodness gracious, if they do, they've been stabilized much quicker. And I trust that both the private and the public service ambulance drivers and those medics know exactly what they're doing and whether they need to take them to one of those hospitals directly or whether they need to go or can go to the FSED.
Thank you very much. Staff, any additional questions? All right, thank you. To the commission, who would like to go first? If you would like to go first.
Sure, I'll go first. Just one sec. Just to touch on what you said about the ambulances, no. And no, you don't have to get up because this is our conversation. I apologize for that.
No, that's sorry. Yeah,
it's if the ambulances are private ambulances, our gentleman won't be making that determination. And the thing that, remember when we were discussing having 3 on an ambulance, could we go with 2 as a cost saver? One of the things that we learned is about our community. Our community is primarily elderly people, and our community, no, I'm not talking about you. But I mean, I'm practically there myself. But the point being, we have a needy community with respect to ambulance transportation, and we learned how important it is for them to get the proper treatment and also get to the right place. And just you've been here a very long time, so I want to I'll summarize. I won't go into all the details, but we're to decide, is this the right location for this? And I just have to say, I don't think it is. If you're looking at balancing the needs with the impact, I don't see the benefit. Typically when I see these, I see them in rural areas, where there was one in Connecticut near my house because there was no hospital for 40 miles. But that's not the case here. We have 2 hospitals very close. I don't necessarily agree that it's consistent with the surrounding areas, because none of the other businesses are 24 hours, as someone pointed out. There is a walk-in literally 1 block from this right now, a walk-in medical facility that is open all day long. It's not 24 hours, but it's open all day long. And to be honest with you, I would be not excited as a resident if I lived across the street and then a freestanding emergency room is put in. I'm sure that there may be another area that's better for this, but I just honestly don't think for our residents in Delray Beach that this is the appropriate location for your facility. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
can I make a request?
Please.
Can you put up the findings, please? Because I think we need to limit ourselves to the findings.
To the findings.
I
And
apologize.
remember, the only thing for your consideration today is that 24-hour component. They can put an urgent care there, it just can't be open 24 hours, right? So I
Right.
think we want to be very mindful.
I
But
actually
this
wanna
is
ask-
going to
I
be
wanna ask that
24
question.
hours, right?
The 24, if you want to be an FSED, you've got to be 24 hours. But you can
Statutory.
actually be, they could have the same medical services. I'm just clarifying, I don't know. Because, FSED, they typically have all the equipment and the labs, and they're mini hospital, emergency room, which is, with the higher imaging capabilities and all that higher medical stuff. But can't you still have that without operating 24 hours a day?
Florida statute requires.
If you want to be an FSED, but
To
you
be
can still
correct.
provide those same services without being
I don't know
designated an
if- I don't know
FSED?
if an urgent care provides the same services. I think this is a little bit more of a step up.
Okay,
Um,
but I'm just saying, would our zoning allow the same activities as you would be performing in an FSED, but not for those extra 3 hours during in the middle of the night, or 4, or whatever the time is in the middle of the night? So I think that it does. I think you can have the same services, but you just can't operate 24 hours a day. If you want to be FSED, you do.
Right, because of the Florida
Because you're not
statute.
limited in upgrading your medical treatment center because you're not an FSED. You can be. It's just. I don't know if it's economic. I don't know the economics of it. I'm just saying. But the practical effect of it is you could still do that if you so chose. Am I correct?
You could have a medical clinic that is
right.
open until midnight and then closes and reopens at 5 a.m.
Providing all the same services that they. Okay, that's all I want to know. Okay, please continue. I'm sorry. Continue.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
No,
I just wanted that
it's
question
support.
answered.
Thank you.
Commissioner, would you like to go next, Ms.?
Sure,
Commissioner?
sure. Just considering what we had to consider, whether this project would have a significant detrimental effect to the stability of the residents, I think it would. So I am not in favor of moving this project forward either.
Okay, Commissioner Marker.
Yeah, the only comment I'd make to the comment you made is if an emergency room was only open 17, 18 hours a day, it would be a little scary, because when there's an emergency, you can't be Googling, are they open? And so that would break down for me as a consumer. I like this concept a lot. I just don't like the location. I've had a lot of feedback from the residents. If I lived over there, this isn't what I would want. So I'd encourage you to keep going. Find a location that meets the criteria a little bit better.
Okay, Commissioner Malika.
I'm kind of in the same direction. I think it would have a detrimental effect to the neighborhood, so I can't really support this. It's, supporting, granting conditional use is discretionary, right?
It is.
And not permitted by right. So I feel like the neighbors would be affected by this where they haven't been before. And in answer to your 24-hour thing, I think if you're open 24-hour, you're allowed to charge emergency room rates versus.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know that. I'm just thinking.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, Mayor, you're up.
Huh?
Do you want a motion?
No, could I speak?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, I love the idea of FSEDS. I love the idea of FSEDS. A couple of months ago, we had a much less issue with a car wash, as you all remember on Military Trail. The neighbors came out and they said, they didn't like it, and I made my determination then for the same reason that if that they really feel it's detrimental to the neighborhood. I could have agreed or disagreed that car wash was going to be a problem, but the neighbors really spoke very largely against it. I appreciate the comment that they're not here, but they say there were a lot of letters and a petition signed, so that counts too, as though they are here. I have to count those people who signed it as though they are here. I love the allowed use. You can do it. It's just the 24 hours a day that I have the problems with. So, I am going to be consistent with what I was with the vote on Military Trail with the car wash, and then I'm going to.
Well, I would ask you not to be, because remember, every application stands alone.
No, but I'm saying for the same rationale.
Right,
Of the residents.
You're concerned about the significantly detrimental effect
Well,
upon the stability of the neighborhood.
that was the reason that they used there, and I found that was
Right,
a significant.
right. I just want the record to be clear.
It's not the same. No, I thank you for the clarification. No, it's. I believe that there is the residents have shown me that they believe that it will be a significantly detrimental effect to them, based on the petitions that they wrote, and testimony that we had. And as much as I think that the center provides a valuable service, I wish they could provide the valuable service all the time, except those hours over the night when someone said the other one is 5 minutes away. So I think that the burden is when you're trying to balance the impact, as I think it was Commissioner Casal said, if you're trying to balance the impact, it's not as though people will not have other available emergency services close at hand. So that's my view.
Would you like a motion now?
I'm sorry?
Would you like a motion now?
Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to deny resolution number 20-26.
Second.
I need a roll call.
Deputy Vice Mayor Margaret.
Yes.
Commissioner Malika.
Yes.
Commissioner Casal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barnes.
Yes.
Mayor Carney.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. What's next?
7C.
7C.
Do you want me to read it?
Utility
7C.
easement.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, providing for the abandonment of a utility easement located at 510 West Linton Boulevard, totaling approximately 2,782 square feet, as more particularly described herein, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
This is not a quasi-judicial hearing.
I think it's debatable, but it wasn't listed as one. We're going
What?
to have internal
Easements.
It is a
It's
quasi-judicial.
an abandonment, so I do think, but it's not listed as that, and
Well,
it's
would you
it's
like
a
me to,
non-issue.
especially just
No.
easy to get people
No.
to raise their hands and swear?
I don't think anyone's going to
No.
speak.
All right, go ahead.
Is there anybody here to speak on item 7C?
Perfect.
Seeing none, there's nobody to swear in? To the staff, to the
Right.
city.
Any ex parte?
And any ex parte communications on this?
No.
None? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
And
Yes.
do you need to be, does staff need to be sworn in?
No.
You've already been sworn.
So the applicant has relinquished their right to appear
It's fine.
in writing.
Just keep going.
So this is the abandonment of an easement, not a right-of-way. Basically, you just need to be confident that city utilities have been removed before we abandon the right-of-way. You have that documentation in the backup from a city engineer that we don't need the easement. This is where we got confused on whether it's quasi or not. The abandonment of easements have not been put on as quasi in the past. However, you're making a finding, so hence we will regroup. You need to just determine that it's okay to take them out. We have confirmation from an engineer that we don't need them. We don't need the easement anymore, and that the utilities have been moved, which we have. You have already accepted a replacement easement on the consent agenda of the April 7th as part of the redevelopment. These things shifted around, and you have legal documentation of the new GUE is in blue, and the purple one is the one that's leaving, if you approve it.
And we do
And
have-
everything's
we don't
been
have-
moved from the purple to the blue, so now we don't need the purple easement.
Is there anyone wishing to comment on this? If we have consensus, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve resolution number
Second.
66-26.
We have a second. All-
job.
Since we've called this quasi judicial, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Malika?
Yes.
Commissioner Casal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barnes?
Yes.
Mayor Carney?
Yes?
Deputy Vice Mayor Margaret?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okey-doke. Good, moving right along here. All right, the proposed proclamation list for 2026, 2027. I want to say something about this.
Me too.
I do not see the need for the city of Delray Beach to have its own proclamations on things which are national and international days, as a rule. Because it's National Audubon Society. Well, Delray Beach, we're going to have a national Audubon, or a national whatever. And I included, I hate to say it, even National Historic Preservation. Do we really need to have a proclamation for these events? Now, maybe we can pick and choose some special ones, like you want to do historic preservation? Okay. But there are so many on this list. Have you all gone through this list?
Yeah.
I mean,
But generally, they're put on the consent agenda. You don't have to read them.
well, no, somebody's got to, staff's got
Good point.
to prepare them, and I got to sign them.
What's wrong with?
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, it's just-
Now we get to
now you get to the real reason here.
Grant.
You know, I mean, you're like,
Oh my gosh. Have your vice mayor sign for
Are
you.
there, are there anyone to receive all of these things that you're signing?
No,
And
there's nobody here for 3/4 of these things.
Right.
I mean, if there's actually someone here to hear something, to see
Right.
it, then I feel a little different about. But
And my thing is, if there's some sort of event going on in the city or the county that relates to this, then yes, but.
I think a lot of these are important, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
everything's important. But
No, but may I?
Yes, you may.
I mean, if you go
You
down
may
the
be
list.
recognized
Thank you. I'm sorry. I should
give
have.
it your shot.
Yes, the observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That's pretty important,
Right.
right?
That's a national holiday, but
So,
that's okay.
so forget it. Scrap it if it's a holiday.
No, there are some on this list that I think that you'd want to do. Dr.
Do you want us to
King
go
is
back
obviously
and
one of them.
revisit the list again?
But how are we gonna come to?
Family
if I
Abduction
take it and
Awareness
scratch
Day, that's
off and
very
you take
Why
it,
don't we
how do
each take it and scratch
Florida
off?
Bicycle Month? Really? Okay.
Hey, we're doing that Vision Zero. I think
But
that
what about
bicycle
kids
month
to
is
the
important.
park day? Like, is that any, like,
Parks
do
and
they?
Rec put that in, I think.
But
It's from them. I don't know, maybe what we ought to
Kids
do
go
is
to the
do
park
this
every
one,
day.
take it one more time and each of us do our own research.
National Safe Boating Week?
That's important.
It is, but it's already a national thing. What I'm saying is, I'm not sure the city needs to re-recognize something which is already a national, proclamation.
Rock the Block.
I think you're being
Habitat for
Scrooge.
Oh, we gotta do
You think
Rock
I'm
the
being
Block.
Scrooge?
But they don't have.
Wait a minute, there is one
Give
here
it
that
people
reminds me of
a day.
Scrooge.
Anything until
There is
then.
one, wait a minute, there is one
they
that
did one
reminds
last
me of
year.
Scrooge here. What was the
Didn't
one
they?
that I liked? Had to do with Family Alienation Day.
The alienation.
But I'm just
Yeah, we
saying,
took
like,
that
if there's an
out. I think Lynn
event
took
going
that
on
out
and someone's coming
I
to
took that out
receive
for you,
it,
Mayor.
yes, but.
I'd just like to just make a suggestion. This is happening because we don't have any guardrails around it. And would it be worthwhile asking someone from our staff or one of us to sit down and,
They already did that
Well, no,
last
so
meeting.
Lynn already, we had this
Yeah, I
conversation
see
like
attorney
a month ago.
already
so
did
we have
that.
guardrails for all these and these
feel like
are
this is
all in
grab-
bounds on the
Staff did
guardrails?
this.
The proclamation for
Staff did this.
pickleball month?
That doesn't sound like it would be in the guardrails.
Mayor, can I?
Yes.
So since legislatively we are being forced to take out a couple,
Yes.
take them all out.
Wait, no proclamations?
We don't want to do that.
Can we give us one more meeting? Let's all do our own research if you
Okay,
want.
we'll have- we
I'm
don't-
sure I can cross out 20.
What? I know
So do we-
you want
do-
it done today.
But
do.
we,
We-
So
we've
do I,
been-
'cause I can
do we
sign
agree
these
with the
next week.
ones that the attorney has already crossed out, like she's already,
I've only crossed out a few.
like Family Court Awareness Month?
Yeah, I,
Family Abduction Awareness Day,
Like,
Parental
Hey, it could
Alienation
happen.
Awareness Day.
I'm kidding. I don't
but is
think
there
we need
something to
family
support it?
abduction
Like-
And then,
awareness.
Mayor, can I just say something?
Abduction awareness?
go ahead.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to put on the record that with SB 1134 being signed into law, you know, for this year, I think we're okay, but next year, we really have to have a deep conversation because some of these cannot
Right, you would have to
be-
take off Black History Month, right, on that
Well,
one?
no.
That's
No,
national.
those, just the ones that I highlighted, All People's Day and
Right.
then LGBTQ Pride Month.
Yep.
Those will need to be removed next year. I
Okay.
think you can just approve this now, and then we'll have a deeper conversation next year, but this really should have been done in March, and we're pushing May. So I do feel that, you know,
I gotta sign 25 sits down.
I
got
understand.
another 12 this month.
I mean, you can delegate to the vice mayor if you'd like. But you know, a lot of these are just recognitions for your, sorry.
Works for me, Ange.
A lot of these are just recognitions for your staff, right? Parks and Rec Month.
I mean, during May 17th and May 23rd, understand everybody, that's going to be Water Reuse Week. We obviously need a proclamation for that.
So important.
Hepatitis week?
No, I
I
didn't.
mean, if it really is representing, you know, staff, I get it, but
I
some
thought we were
of these
taking
can really come
hepatitis
out.
awareness off.
Huh?
I thought we were taking hepatitis awareness off.
There was a
I-
consensus for that.
Look at,
There was no
I
consensus
have
for
about
that?
10 of them.
Is
that
there
I
a
keep,
pen
so-
for it?
For what?
Hepatitis.
I'm fine with, I'm
my
fine
pen.
with
You're fine
getting,
with hepatitis?
yeah, cleaning up hepatitis.
I would keep,
And then- So I would actually make a motion, you guys, to accept Attorney Gillen's cross-outs as our new list, as opposed to dragging this out another month or another hour or so.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay.
okay, geez, I got a motion in a second.
That's it.
You people, go ahead. Go. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you
Good
so
move,
much.
Judy. We would have been on that an hour.
Exactly.
I'm taking this list. I'm going to go through this list.
With the fine tooth.
All right, should I do 8A and 8B together, Mayor? Because they're related?
Yep, please.
Here we go. Ordinance number 14-26 is an ordinance of the City Commission.
I expect the President of the United States or the Chief Justice of the United States to come in here to accept the proclamation for Constitution Week.
Absolutely.
So
Why don't we have the Daughters of the American Revolution? They come in and do that. That's when they do it. And
I
then they
thought we
give
were
us
on the
their
next one.
little
the
booklets.
DAR, we got the American Legion, we've got,
Dogs.
some of these people
Delra's
gotta be
going to the
Mayflower
dogs.
kids.
Mayor, do you want me to read these?
Pickleball awareness. That was a
Going
big
to the
deal.
dogs.
That's a good one. The NBA.
America Recycles
I'm sorry, if
Day.
you could please read,
Thank you.
if you could please read resolution, ordinance number 14-26.
And I'll do 15 as well, since they're related. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 4 zoning regulations, Article 4.4 base zoning districts, Section 4.4.6 medium density residential RM districts, subsection B, principal uses and structures permitted to allow medical office uses within the medical arts overlay district when co-located with nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and community residences, and by amending Article 4.5 overlay and environmental management districts, Section 4518 medical arts overlay district to expand the overlay district to include certain property within the medium density residential RM district, providing a complex clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date and further purposes. Ordinance number 15-26, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 4 zoning regulations, Article 4.4 base zoning district, Section 4.4.12 planned commercial PC district, Section 4.4.15 planned office center POC district, and Section 4.4.21 community facilities CF district to relocate medical arts overlay district regulations from subsection G, supplemental district regulations, to subsection B, principal uses and structures for consistency with other regulations, providing a conflict clause, severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and for other purposes. And these are both second reading public hearings.
Thank you very much. To the city.
Okay, so it's not providing a request because you're not the planning board. You're making the decision. So provide a decision related to those two, please. Okay, so this ordinance will establish, Okay, so we have an existing medical arts overlay district. It's out on Military and Linton, and it includes an area where more intense medical uses are allowed. It was adopted in 2011, and it applies to properties with a couple of different commercial zoning districts, basically the planned districts, PC, planned office center, and then community facility. So this is where these uses are. We are proposing to expand medical arts overlay to include this. However, the uses would not be the same within the two areas because they are keyed in these two ordinances to the zoning district specifically, the way uses are regulated by zoning district generally. So, the reason for this is that we have two properties that are in this stretch of Lowson, bounded by the golf course to the north, the canal to the west, there's Congress to the east, and it backs up to single family here. We have, this was known for a long time as Abbey Delray North. It's now called Cascades. We have seen assisted living facilities begin to diversify over time, kind of like pet services changed a lot over the years. Assisted living has changed as well, and there's more and more on-site uses that support residents, rehabilitation centers, things like that. And then to the north is a property that is currently also community residence, and it's providing some uses there. So the proposal is that within the medical arts overlay, medical uses that are co-located with nursing homes, assisted living, or community residences are allowed to provide services to the residents on site. So those, you're bringing in a doctor, you're bringing in a therapist, you're bringing in a physical therapist, a podiatrist, different uses like that would be, those appointments and things would be happening on site without having the residents leave. Now, Abbey Delray South is on community facility, so it's a little bit more intense, and Cascades is not quite as intense, but it has some of that happening as well. So in order to do this, by introducing these two residential districts into the medical arts overlay, because they're zoned RM, both of them right now, that's when you would see this, that we would shift the type of uses, not being the same uses within what's allowed over by the hospital district. Just to be really clear, this is not going to allow detox, some of the other uses that that are a bit more intense and are 24 hours. So then what happens, we start cleaning up, and the supplemental uses regulations need to be, some of them are development standards, some of them are supplemental. So some of what you're seeing in the ordinances are cleanup as well. Again, that's the new district. The zoning board looked at both ordinances and recommended approval at its March 16th meeting.
Thank you very much. There are no members of the public wishing to speak. Do you need to read the second resolution into the record just to have it, if we're going to vote on both?
I already did.
You did them both?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I would just open it up and then close it, just in case.
I'm sorry?
I would open it up for public comment and then close it.
All right, I'm opening up this issue for public comment on item 8A. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none. On 8B, any members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none. Public comment is now closed. To the commission.
I'll put a motion forward if we're ready.
Yes, let's do it.
Okay, do you want to,
Okay,
we're going to have
great.
to separate motions on each, please.
Understood. Motion to approve ordinance number 14-26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to approve ordinance number 15-26.
I was going to say passed unanimously. I'd like
Second.
to put that on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry,
go
passed
ahead.
unanimously.
Yeah.
Motion to approve ordinance number 15-26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. 8C.
And ordinance number 20-26, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Zoning Regulations, Article 4.4, Base Zoning District, Section 4419, Mixed Industrial and Commercial MIC District, Subsection D, Conditional Uses and Structures Allowed, to allow concrete products manufacturing and distribution located north of Atlantic Avenue as a conditional use, amending subsection F, development standards to adopt special landscape setback requirements for concrete products manufacturing and distribution, and amending subsection H, special regulations to establish regulations for concrete products manufacturing and distribution use, amending section 4.4.20, industrial I district, subsection D, conditional uses and structures permitted to include concrete products distribution with the existing concrete products manufacturing use, and by amending Article 4.6 supplemental district regulations, section 4.6.4, special boundary treatment to eliminate regulations specific to the MIC district, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date. This is a second reading and public hearing.
Thank you very much. To the city.
Okay, so this one is a little bit odd because while it is city initiated, it was commission directed to help cure a private applicant of code enforcement action for having opened to business in a district where said business was not initially allowed. And after considering the use and what had happened, the planning board and the commission agreed that or directed staff to amend MIC to adopt regulations that would regulate the use, but that it was appropriate through a similarity of use initial request, but the decision was it wasn't quite similar, but that we should allow the use with appropriate regulations. This is different than what planning board decided, just because I believe Ms. Malika was on planning board. So there was an unapproved gunite yard that opened. There was, again, a privately initiated request for determination of similarity approved by planning board but denied by city commission on the February 4th meeting. And then staff was directed to develop regulations that would govern the use within this district and so that we could accommodate it with a measure of control. The property in question is currently under code enforcement, but the use at this point, we're working through the solution. So that issue is, I think, stayed is the right word. I don't know. The attorneys can. Well, there's a couple of you here. You could. All right, extensive. So they've opened, and so this actually, I think, and I'm not trying to necessarily pick on the applicant because the commission has directed staff to allow this use, but just so you can see the type of use that it's there. There's dusting issues, there's other things that happen when this type of use is in the mix. And so ultimately, if we were writing rules for this, which we are now, there are additional standards than what you see on the ground today that would be required. So MIC does accommodate a compatible mix of industrial and commercial uses. It hasn't historically had the industrial uses that have that would be inappropriate to be co-located with offices and other uses. So, it's had that. There's oddly a residential area which has workforce housing on it as well that had an exception to that. So the zoning again can accommodate a mix of industrial, commercial, and office, unlike like a purely industrial district where you're expecting concrete manufacturing and other things. So ultimately, how do we control this use? The proposed amendment specifically allows concrete products manufacturing and distribution, but limits the use to properties that are north of Atlantic Avenue. So in that district that already has some of those characteristics. The ordinance is drafted that there would be a separation requirement. The amount of separation has been under debate. Staff is recommending 1,000 feet from so that the corridor doesn't become basically piles of sand for supporting pool and home construction, and we lose the other industrial uses. Planning board recommended only 425 feet. The applicant from the original similarity of uses here and I'm sure he will speak to you in terms of the amounts. So when you look at the diagram here, this is their site. If the separation is 300 feet, like the 24-hour use, there's no issue. There is, believe it or not, prior to the citywide rezoning, there was a use like this that has been there that's an existing nonconformity. If we adopt a 500-foot distance, there's an issue with being too close. Here's the city's green 1,000-foot district, which really limits the number of these that can come into the district, well, any amount of separation. So if you adopt a separation that is less than the 300 feet, the thing to consider is that if it's more than the 300 feet, the applicant that you're trying to accommodate is going to need a waiver on a case-by-case basis. That's fine. We'll process the waiver. However, if we're looking at the district as a whole, you have to look at the separation recommendations to decide how many of these uses are appropriate. We already have, I'm trying to remember what it's called, another concrete, maybe they'll just open on their own, I don't know. But we have a similar use that is, circling the area. So we need to make a decision about how much this area of MIC should have these materials that are outside storage that, have dusting and things like that. So the proposed amendment also includes landscaping requirements around the property so that you are having some aesthetic control over what you see from our main commercial corridors, how tall the piles of sand or materials can be, and that the actual storage of the, gunite or concrete or gravel, whatever is coming in, would have setbacks from the sides so that they're not impacting the neighboring businesses, which may or may not be more or less intense than this one, with landscaping along the sides as well. So there's development standards that are in this as well to try to accommodate the use but ameliorate its impacts. So those are the anything with an outside storage use, and particularly one that is dusting, has the ability to, make a problem. So if we don't have a separation thing, well, there's property that's vacant to the north, and we can have another one, and we can have another one, and maybe this is where we think it should go. Staff firmly believes that there should be some amount of a buffer between them. So we did commission in 2023 CBRE's Congress Avenue Strategy Report to look at the different uses, particularly in MROC and MIC, which we are trying to prioritize moving through these use changes in the next year, where we ended up with MROC having a lot of uses like car repairs and things that are now considered non-conforming. They're coming forward, seeking relief from this board occasionally. And now we're looking at the MIC district to the north as well. This study did the entire city between its boundaries along the corridor. So in this area, sub-area 2 was identified as having an existing light industrial cluster, having industrial home improvement, light industry characteristics that should be maintained. So adopting this use in this location, there is some guidance that it could be appropriate. So we have currently on the map, we have CEMEX, which is a legal non-conforming use in MROC, All County Paving, which has an approved conditional use. We have Supermix in MIC as a legal non-conformity, and Calabash Gunite, which is currently not approved. So this is the biggest issue, I think, related to the ordinance before you that you should have the most focus on, is how much separation is too much separation. Approval of the ordinance the way it's drafted does not clear the code enforcement violation, but it gives the original applicant sort of an avenue to take, which to cure it. If it's approved with a 500-foot distance separation, because this one is here, they will need a waiver by this board. it doesn't mean they won't be successful in showing everyone their landscape buffer and how aesthetically it will appear, and that they're not going to be impacting neighbors. But if you decide to go with a 300-foot separation, then we will just move straight to site plan. But then keep in mind the next one can be here, you know, and then 200 feet from that one can be here. So it's just an issue of controlling the potential proliferation. There are special regulations that are also required with this type of use. There's a building associated, not just outside storage use, that you're going to have a small office that is holding the street, that, you know, is that's part of the development. So there's some investment, and that the outdoor use is screened from all the property lines. And there's a maximum lot area also included of 2 acres. So they're not any larger than that. I ran out of time, so I'm just going to go to the vote.
If you would.
I was like,
No.
no, we've been here.
Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
You are finished. The staff is finished. Okay. This is a public hearing. Any members of the public wishing to get up and speak on this subject, please come to the lectern. Give your name and address. Name and
address. Wait, let's
I don't
public
need it.
hearing. No, name and zip.
Name and zip code for the record.
I'll give it all.
we all know where you live anyway.
As I
so-
always do. My name is Neil Schiller. I am a lawyer representing Calabash Gunite. I'm with Government Law Group across the street, 137 Northwest 1st Avenue in Delray Beach, Florida. Actually, I think it's 33444, but I'm not 100% sure. This is really the meat of the issue, is the separation requirement. I want you to know a couple things. One, I listen. I know that many of you sitting up here do not like giving waivers, do not like giving variances, don't want to see the site developed without those things. So that is why we asked for a 425-foot separation, because that was the separation distance between the Cemex plant, I think it's, or Supermix plant, and our property. However, seeing staff's beautiful presentation and thorough presentation, we will agree to the 1,000 feet and hope that this future board will approve a waiver when we expeditiously come back with an application for that. I know you can't make the commitment. I'm not asking you tonight, Madam City Attorney. I'm just making that statement. So thank you. I hope you do pass this tonight with the 1,000-foot separation, and we'll be coming in very shortly with a waiver and a site plan to become code compliant and no longer be a nuisance to the city. So thank you.
Wow. Okay.
Made it easy.
So we, to the commission, any?
No discussion. I would go with the staff's recommendation of 1,000 feet.
So are you making a motion?
I am. Motion to approve ordinance number 2026.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Do
All
we
in
have to?
favor?
Do we have to comment that it needs to be with 1,000 on the?
No, because
it's
no,
already dropped.
as
That's a
proposed, it's
recommendation.
1,000.
Got it.
It's
dropped.
1,000, it's as
Second.
proposed. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr.
Is there any
Schiller.
appetite, because of everything they've done so far, to consider a waiver of the
Yes.
waiver?
I think that they made a fair point in the presentation, so what do we?
If you could just want to direct staff to waive the waiver fee.
Waive the waiver.
I agree.
Waive the waive the waiver fee.
Waive the waiver.
Thank you. And for the record, Mr. Schiller, they keep an open mind on waivers and variances, and everyone is
gonna
considered
say.
separately and stands alone, so I do take exception to that comment.
Thank you very much.
It's been a long night.
Good night, Mr. Schiller.
Got to preserve the record.
All
That's
right,
last one.
ordinance number 26-26.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach by amending Chapter 2 Administrative Provisions, Article 2.1 Reviewing Officials and Authorities, Section 2.1.5 the Planning and Zoning Board, And section 2.1.6, the Site Plan Review and Appearance Board to establish the authority to approve the use of the masonry, modern, and Art Deco architectural styles in the Central Business District, and by amending Chapter 4 Zoning Regulations, Article 4.4, Base Zoning Districts, Section 4.4.13, Central Business CBD District, Subsection F, Architectural Standards, to modify City Commission approval to a determination by the appropriate advisor board that the masonry, modern, or Art Deco architectural style is appropriate for the location and meets adopted architectural design guidelines, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and further purposes.
Thank you very much. This was direct, this was ordinance in response to the commission direction. So if any commissioner would like to hear your presentation again.
You just have to open it up for public comment.
Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we have a motion to approve?
Absolutely, I move to approve ordinance 2626.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is passed. That is the last item on this agenda. We have no first readings. Comments and inquiries on non-agenda items, Mr. City Manager.
Other than to all the mothers and mothers in your lives, best wishes in advance for a happy Mother's Day. Otherwise, I yield.
Thank you very much. To the city attorney.
I just have two very quick things. First, I want to thank Missy and her staff, Henry Bailey and Richard Carby. If anybody's been to my office, the bathrooms were remodeled. We had a little flooding incident, and they were amazing, and they've just done a beautiful job, and so I want to thank her team for that. The other thing I just wanted to bring up, and I did discuss this with Mr. Moore, when we had the bond referenda, and we did the parks and the police, we put language into the parks bond that at the time I really felt unsure of, and now I'm even more unsure of it because I do think it creates a lot of vagueness. There's language in there that says it lists the parks that we're doing improvements upon, and then it had this language about and other miscellaneous parks projects. And my position has always been that whatever was discussed publicly and basically pitched to the public, that's what those miscellaneous parks projects are. And you saw tonight, and there was a little bit of a misinterpretation. That's why that SOD item was removed. But I think what we should do is staff should collectively, and I have an intern this summer, so that's what they're going to be tasked with. Go back and listen to those presentations and chart out what those miscellaneous parks projects were when it was discussed back then in 2024. We're going to make a list, and I think we need to bring that list to this commission because I think you need to review them. I need you to ensure that this is a direction and that whatever monies are flowing from those projects is satisfactory to you.
Yes.
Because we've had a couple situations where it's nothing that somebody's doing it, to be nefarious. It's just, we want to get these projects moving, but it's not a piggy bank, right? It's not free money. The taxpayers still have to pay for that. So I think it's a good use of our time to have that list, and then we'll get it on an agenda, just so that you're all clear on what those miscellaneous parks projects are, and that you authorize them.
I'm really actually so glad you said that because that's the reason I was going to pull it. Because I paid very close attention to that meeting, and it was, by the way it's worded, we know it was not intended, for example, for Veterans Park, but under that language, it could be.
Right.
And we know
Right.
it wasn't intended for it.
Right.
So there were particular things that were articulated in that meeting, like this park, that park, that were the definition of other parks.
Right.
That it was incorporated essentially by reference in that language. So I agree with you completely on that.
Could I add to that? We were talking about this a while ago with the visitor center. Could that money be used at the visitor center bathrooms or not? I really appreciate the fact that you're paying super close attention to this because this could cause us, not using this money properly could cause us litigation. But you and I had also discussed on the December 8th meeting, item 6F,
Right, the Boy Scout
2025
Park.
was,
Which one?
right.
We approved a concrete slab for the Boy Scout Park.
Yes.
Now, in full candor, I think it's called Mike Magic Park.
Mike Merrick.
So that park, there was a picture of it on the slide,
Right.
but it also showed one of those sunshades on it. So, I don't want there to be misinterpretation. If it was sold to the public as a park that was going to get a sunshade, I think that's what the public is expecting. And so, you know, some people might say, well, it's, you know, just a few $100,000, but that's a few $100,000 that could have been allocated to another park for a sunshade.
Right.
And so that was approved. I do think that under a liberal interpretation, it's fine because it wasn't for maintenance. It was an improvement to the pavilion. But I just think going forward, before we use any more of these monies, I think the manager, the finance department, the parks department, and my office need to just sit down and hammer out this list. And as long as you approve what's on that list, then we're easy to go forward and use that money.
Between the bondholders and the city.
Agreed.
I mean, so there's, not that I think that a bondholder would necessarily sue us, but if we're not using our bond proceeds correctly.
I just want to make sure we're following the letter of what was promised.
I just want to be, I don't want to give anyone any cause to.
Right.
do anything.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
Because I asked very specific questions about those parks when we approved that.
You did.
And so, and I was gonna pull that same thing, so I think we're all on the same page.
Great.
Wow.
Look at us.
I
We did
know.
it. So I'll have
We've
that
had
to
a lot
you
of
sometime
unanimous
this
votes
summer.
tonight.
So that'll be brought to you sometime this summer, and then we'll have a presentation. And as long as you rubber stamp it, I think going forward, we're not going to have these questions
Right.
like we did tonight.
Cool.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, commissioner comments. I'm going to go first. Because I got a bunch of notes, and because I'm going to let you go last because you have a lot to say.
I have a lot to say.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go last. But I just wanted to get these out of the way because I gotta run out for a minute and I'll come back. Mr. Moore? Oh, there you are. I think the idea of having a shade meeting on this thing with Highland Beach, I think we need to flush this out and decide what we wanna do. If we wanna do something, we need to move forward. If we decide not to move forward, so you don't wanna have a shade meeting?
I do, but we can't.
Why?
You can only have a shade meeting on basically active litigation that's been filed in court.
Okay.
And so we can't have a shade meeting on
Well,
that.
then, I think we need to then have with the commission, a discussion item of what the options are, make a
Agreed.
presentation, have us vote on it and decide what you want to do. I guess I was getting to the idea of the meeting. If it can't be
Understood.
shade, as long as it's a meeting, I think that's important to do. At some point, we need to, we're going to be getting into the special events, but because there are things now in these special events that we do that we probably are going to violate, the Florida statute. So I think we need to start addressing that, whether we get away with them this year or not. We are going into a budget year that's going to have some expenditures, so I'm not sure they don't need to be addressed sooner than later, rather than doing to budget for their happening. So
I actually, Sam's not here, but I actually emailed Sam earlier this week. Wellington did a really great spreadsheet where they outlined all their special events and compared them to SB 1134.
could you share that with all of us here, so
Sure,
we can get a
absolutely.
general
I'll
idea
forward
of
you
what
the
we're
email.
going to be looking at?
Yes.
I think they made a very good point. I mean, the Veterans Park's got a lot of different issues, and we got to be sure what we're talking about when we talk about Veterans Park. But I think everybody's kind of sure about the cemetery, and I think that we should probably try to get that on a meeting where we can discuss it and discuss with staff if there have been any changes. I think Mr. Ridley made a very good point. You know, it's both white and black early settlers are in that cemetery. I think it certainly does deserve some kind of a historic recognition. So I think I'd like to get that started. We can also start the discussion on veterans when we decide what part of it we're going to deal with. But I think there's no citizen disagreement or any disagreement with respect to doing the cemetery.
Mayor, if I may, didn't we already start the process?
We
Yeah,
did.
we're already doing that.
Something.
We received
Yeah, we're working
a matching
on
grant
that.
from the state
Yeah.
where we basically charted out the cemetery. So
Right.
the next step is really
We
for.
already
Don't we have to actually vote to make the designation? I mean,
Yes, but there's a process for that.
Okay, all I'm saying is, I think we
study's
should
been
get that,
done.
we get that, that's been,
But we are doing it.
I know
We're
that
in the
people aren't
process.
going anywhere, but at the same time, I think they still got some family members that are here that would like to see it designated as historic, so.
They're not going
You have something
anywhere.
to say, Anthea?
So yes, we've already done this analysis. Thankfully, Michelle Hoyland's team actually secured a small matching grant that, because we're a certified local government, because you appoint certified people to be on the board, actually did not require a match. So it was $50,000. The study's been done. I will, if you haven't seen it, I will mail you copies. Our issue is that right now the priority is finishing Frog Alley. We have to finish that first.
Okay.
The cemetery, unlike other parts of the city, is not under imminent threat of redevelopment. We have the background. I don't think it will take long to do. We keep in mind, did Atlantic Avenue. Now we're moving to Frog Alley. It has gotten we have to be a little more careful with how we approach these things under the guise of Senate Bill 180. So we will have to make sure
the cemetery is not.
Not the cemetery, Frog Alley. So Frog Alley's, we don't have to worry about the cemetery.
Frog Alley.
So we're going to finish Frog Alley first, and we're going to see if we can generate enough property owner support to see whether a district or a historic district or conservation district or what we can move forward. It will take an extra step of outreach that I think we haven't had to do with other analyses that have come forward. So we're doing that first.
My point is there is no real legal impediment to doing potential legal impediment.
Correct, but there's also not a development pressure on it the way there is in other aspects of the city. So that's why we want to do that one first. It is done. The study is done. We will move it on. It's just we have the staff we have. So we're going to keep going, but we can only do one sort of extra thing at a time with the volume of private applications we have.
Okay. I don't know if you all get my news. Well, that's fine. We get my newsletter, but I put into my newsletter this whole concept of the mayor's challenge, essentially to try to have people start writing to the city about when staff does something that they like. Try to find something good, because. And I'll tell you, I got this idea from Mike Caruso, who's doing it at the clerk's office. He's got this employee thing and it's been working very well because it helps the employees understand when they're doing something right, and they get a little thing signed by I guess us, recognizing that they did a good thing and that kind of stuff. So I'm just trying to do something positive in that regard. This is not going to be the right time for this one, but we need to start thinking about not having right turns on red on Federal, because it is really it is really.
Especially in front of La Colonial, it's out of
by
control.
La Colonial is the one that I saw today.
Yeah.
But it's just a problem, and even when so we need to start looking at our right on red. I understand that Atlantic Avenue is going to be with the new traffic things, is going to be probably getting rid of some of that stuff and all at one time. But I'm just throwing that out there. And lastly, to recognize the development services problem with staff with rooms for their office, I really think this is really way out there. So that's I'm going to say this, and I'm going to leave. But I'll be back.
I think this is a joke.
I think we need a new city hall. I think we have great location here, and we have a big piece of land there. This land is very valuable. We own a great piece of land at the corner of Lake Ida and Congress that we could build a building large enough that it could accommodate our entire staff, which will make the staff more efficient. It's easy to get to because it's right on Congress Avenue. It's kind of, so the people who live west, it's easier for them to get here. And the key is, we could build that city hall without disrupting the current operations of this city hall, because we're not going to touch the city hall, and then use the proceeds of that when we try to get this developed to pay for the new city hall. That's just, I don't know how the work.
I need to ask a couple questions about this, if you don't mind.
Oh,
being downtown is so nice, though, right? People walk. I mean, all our employees walk to lunch. But I want to ask you something. Are you doing this because we've all recently met with Mr. Barron and Mr. Michaels about what they want to do at the tennis center and how they want to expand out into this area.
I talked to the May Volan people last year about that site. And by the way, this is not going to make other people happy out there, but the people in Rainbow, I'm not sure how they'll be happy.
Secludes all your employees in an area that's not in the middle of your city.
I just would like to get everybody in one building. Now, maybe that's the wrong. Maybe this is. If you can find another location, I'm happy to do that too. I just think that this particular location, there's never going to be enough, especially now since this all got re-triggered when the state passed a law saying that we can't use our excess building funds to build our own buildings. So there was intentions to add space and do all that to accommodate all our staff. We can't do that now. So I'm trying
Well,
to
there's
find
other
a way
ways to do it.
And I look, maybe it's a bad idea. All I'm saying is that's why I'm just throwing it out there for. I'd like to solve that problem for staff.
We could get affordable housing on that property.
Where?
Mayville Center.
I agree.
The neighbors
Keep the
would-
trees.
No?
It was already tried.
Y'all too close to my house.
That's what cost it.
What?
What you say? Be closer to your house?
Here, too close, I said.
Oh, too close?
Oh.
You know.
Yeah, mine too. I could
By the
ride my
time
bike to
construction's
work.
done, you'd be able to take us 3 years to do it. You'd be off.
I mean, I agree that we need a new city hall, but I don't know if that's the
Okay, I'm just
location.
throwing that out there
Yeah.
because
That's great idea.
I just want to. I mean,
Wrong location.
staff is already having to rotate when people are coming into the office and they're having to stay at home and all this, and it's just, I think it would be better, and we could have a more efficient building with better electronics, better everything, up to date, because with systems that all talk to each other, that's all. I just, again, I'm not saying, I'm just throwing that out there.
We got it.
So, anyway,
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marker. Oh, and I'm sorry, Commissioner
No,
Malika.
no,
You did raise your
no,
hand?
you go.
No,
You
raised your
already
hand.
inhaled and everything. You do it.
I'm too tired now. Go ahead.
I know, I'm pretty sure too. I'm going to go really quick. So this commission adopted an ordinance requiring the automated external defibrillator. But some of the churches are having a really hard time paying for this, like my own church. And I don't know if there's something that we can do, like a financial hardship waiver or grant program to assist the entities so they don't wind up receiving code violations for their failure to comply when they don't have the money. And I just wanted to get consensus if that is something that we can make Mr. Moore look into.
Can I answer that?
Yes, you may.
Well, I actually talked to Mr. Moore and the city attorney and Chief Martin, and I'm having a special burning conversation, and he's going to come and address the churches and talk about a plan that he's formulating to mitigate that. Not a giveaway, but to mitigate the impact that the churches are feeling with that and some other issues that they're having. So on the 12th, I want to say, 18th. Next
What is the
Wednesday.
cost?
That's 12, the week from today.
What's the cost?
Do what?
It's
No,
$1,000?
it doesn't work like
No, I
that.
think it's like $5.
Okay.
How much is it?
Each unit is a few $1,000s.
Yeah, but that's just one of the things that
$5
they
grand, I
have.
think.
Or up there about,
For
yes.
some of the
About
smaller
5,000?
businesses, they're having problems.
AEI is about $5,000, Chief.
AED's about $5,000. I think you can get a little bit cheaper depending on what they're getting.
Okay.
So you can also get traditional ones, I
I could see saying depending on what you're getting, like are they refurbishing them?
Depending on how bad the heart attack.
No.
Kidding.
Depending
He said
on
depending on what
you
you're getting.
You could just get like a
Use
mallet.
one.
Yeah, that's
No,
what
but it's
I was
also a
thinking,
bleed
like,
kit,
online.
right? Okay, two more things, real quick. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired and I'm so hungry. So I know that we get income from our parking rates, but since it's Small Business Week, last meeting during our discussion, I said something about downtown parking. Not all of it, but like the garages and the surface lots. Just a notion that we could consider dropping fees in the downtown quarter for the summer, just so these businesses don't starve from like June 1st to September 1st to help our local businesses. DDA has talked about it. The Chamber has talked about it. These businesses really suffer over the summer, and it's a finite amount of time. Oh, he's giving me the look again.
I'm not looking. I'm just
Okay. And I just would like to help and support our local businesses during the summer, and would love to get a consensus to have staff look into this, because it's got to happen pretty fast, because June 1st is around the corner. And maybe put it on our next agenda. Does
You don't need to
anybody-
put it on an agenda, you just ask for your consensus, and if you get it, you
I
get
can't
it.
hear you, Julie.
I think you just have to ask your consensus, I don't know that it has to be on an agenda.
We could have put it on the next agenda, and we could have Missy come in, make a presentation saying what it would.
Do we
what it would
need
entail,
another
what-
presentation on parking? Holy
Well,
moly.
I don't know. I don't know what's going. I don't know what
You would have
the
to vote
revenue
for it.
impact. I don't know.
You would have to vote for it, quite frankly. You would have to vote for it, is what we're saying.
voted to-
So,
to
To
create it.
reduce?
We need to vote
You have to vote just to reduce it in the summer for 4 months?
I think for transparency's sake, to see if there's gonna be a loss of revenue, how much that is. We are going into budget season, so
Right.
even though it doesn't necessarily affect the next budget, it's still something to consider for this current budget, right?
Yep, so can.
I'm
we-
amenable to
We have
putting it
consensus
on.
to put it on the
Sure.
agenda for discussion, yes, to get it, to see if we can do something? Fine.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, last thing. Your hand was up, you're already. Okay, so, mobile food vendors, I talked to a couple of people, I get like lasagna and the pizza on Federal Highway.
Right.
This is why I'm gaining weight. But anyway, I started, they're starting to get some code stuff, and so I looked into the ordinance with Lynn's help that regulates the operation and sale of food from the mobile trucks, which was last amended in 2020. And I think that we as a commission could revisit this ordinance so they become a way for local restaurants that can no longer operate in brick and mortar due to rising cost and still operate. One of the things I would like for us to look at, and it's address the prohibition of like chairs on a dining table, which they have, but they get in trouble for. I think that's a reasonable thing to maybe look into. So I don't know if we would need a workshop for that. I hate workshops.
Well, staff would view that as they become a restaurant.
Pardon me?
And I'm agreeing with you. I
Mm-hmm.
think that these trucks have, yes.
I think that because, right, we don't want them in the downtown competing with our downtown businesses, but the federal highway, it is pretty far off, and the hamburger over there is, those guys are running a great operation, family businesses.
That lasagna place is
And
fat.
if we can certify them, then they, if we can figure out a way to incorporate areas of the city where they can be on a permanent basis, if they have a bathroom, if we can certify them, then they're contributing to the city. But the question is, where do we want them, right? And I don't really, right, and I don't necessarily have a problem with them on Federal Highway out. And we talked about how the set transformation plan permits them in the west, so I do think we need to look at this to create the
I agree.
parameters.
I mean, like,
and
I go to Rosano's there, and I go to the lasagna place.
Yeah, it's already zoned. I mean, our city already has zoning where they are allowed. And then they already have, the city's not allowed to regulate them. The
no, but they're
state does
getting
in
the
fact regulate
violation, so
them.
we need to look at what we need to do to make
So
that
can
work.
we put that
Okay.
on
that would be a workshop consideration, so I'll make arrangements for the coming weeks.
consensus on that?
I'll have food
everybody?
brought in.
Okay.
Just kidding.
You're winning. You got anything else? You're on a winning streak. So, except for
Mr.
Mr. Marker,
Marker.
who's ready to go.
No,
So,
You want me to go?
yes, please.
All right, I'll be less than 1 minute. I actually really like the idea of the city hall. That's been on my agenda list for a while now, and I think it's a big undertaking. I will say this commission hasn't shied away from big undertakings. I mean, we did get the golf course across the line. We did get the water treatment plant across the line. And I will say previous commissions laid the groundwork for that. And it wouldn't surprise me a bit with the scope of redoing City Hall that, it may be beyond the scope of this commission. But I think we owe it to the people in the city that we start looking at it and we develop a plan and we bring it forward. So I think it's a really good idea. And that's it. I'll yield my time.
Thank you very much.
right,
Commissioner
Mom.
Burns.
Yeah, well, the cemetery was taken care of because I was gonna say that we already had an analysis on that. Frog Alley was talked about, that's on my list. The only thing is I wanted to know is do we have a timeline, like, do we know a ballpark of finalizing that?
At this point, the delay is me because I'm proofing it before I give it to you and to the rest of the commission and move it through the process. So it's on my desk, and I'm hoping to go through it and edit the version that I can move forward with and show it to Mr. Moore so that he knows what I'm up to, and then it should be moving through relatively quickly. I think my biggest concern is really, I think we need to figure out what we can adopt, but if we have property owner support, then that changes things. So I think we're going to have to go back out, and we'll need your help with that probably. So,
Sure.
so you should probably have it what day are we on? It should be ready by the end of May, and then we need to come up with a strategy, and I'll speak with Mr. Moore and Ms. Jelen about how to navigate it when we're in the, climate we are with Senate Bill 180 and other regulations that we have to navigate now that we didn't before.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that I am happy that everyone was on board with the Caddy program. I'm really excited about that. That was really cool. And what else do I have here? Preservation Trust, we got that. We talked about that. Oh, the churches. We thank you, Commissioner Self, for bringing up the recognition for the churches because they do so much. And I happen to visit a different church every Sunday, go to my own church on the first Sunday. So I know that there are a lot of churches that's doing a lot of work and have been. So I wanted to know, and I think we got consensus last time to recognize the churches. I wanted to know how often.
Once a meeting.
Once a meeting.
Let's
okay.
do it. Let's
so
go through your list.
I'll get St. Matthew's on the for the next one. Well, City Clerk, once a meeting is, you can handle that. I can. Okay. All right. So I'll get moving on.
I love
St.
that.
Matthew's.
Go.
Okay.
Do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I you have no objection. I think they do tremendous work in this town, so no objection.
Okay.
Commissioner Casal, would you like to be ready?
It's going to be lengthy. I'm sorry, but I'll try and go as fast. Police and fire went out to the schools to encourage the children during testing. I love that. Thank you both, your departments, your staff, for making that happen. I was going to talk about the food trucks. We did talk about the cemetery. That is already in process. I really think we need to think about the designation for Veterans Park. It doesn't affect your idea of croquet at all. It doesn't affect anything, but I think it's important, and we should put it in.
I've actually called the city attorney on, and I've spoken to Anthea about it. I've met with several members of the Preservation Trust, and they want to just talk about the park portion. They're not talking about the
So let's
building.
just
They're
get
not
it
talking
on
about
our
that.
list. Make it
And I
our
think
third
that
thing
takes-
down.
By doing things like that, it takes a lot of the objections that a lot of other people
Right.
had.
So can we get a consensus to add that to our list?
Well, I mean,
Veterans Park
I mean,
designation,
it needs
there's
to come to
3.
we need to have it as a discussion point to come in.
Well,
and
we
say-
got 3 to
Well, the
just
current
add
resolution
it.
doesn't fit, so there has to be a
Right, but-
rework of some of the language that they
Well,
use. But
That one should be easy. We own that property. There'll be no litigation. No one will fight us on that. I think it's great.
I already asked the
Add
city
it to the
attorney
list.
today to see whether or not, in order to do this, would a referendum be, I've already actually started the process
we don't
of
need a
seeing
referendum.
how we could maybe accomplish it. I met with Mr.
Well,
Snyder
we
this
should have
morning.
gotten a consensus before you did that, though.
Huh?
Probably we should be getting
Well, no, I'm just
consensus on
saying,
this
no,
stuff.
because I just want to know if the state law requires, because you're designating public lands of something, whether it requires a referendum, I want to know that first. Oh, I'm trying to think. I don't think it does.
But we already
Because I don't
talked
think
about
it
this.
loses its
It
public
doesn't.
purpose.
Not at
So,
all.
I mean,
You're correct.
Thanks. I agree.
and I also
Okay.
want to start using Veterans Park for Veterans Day again, but that's a whole separate matter.
Raf Tellis, I'm reading this. I want to make sure that our goal setting is not more visioning, and that it's how to incorporate our visioning.
Yes.
Because when we're talking about what they're doing, separate tables and all this, I don't want to go through the same thing over again. I want to make sure that is clear, and I think that's
Absolutely
the
agree with
direction from everybody. Okay. The Old School Square website.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
on that. So because the manager has given direction to staff to have breakout tables, you want it the traditional way, which is the U
Yes.
with staff.
I don't know how
and
we
our
would break out.
partners?
We need to
I
be
don't-
all
I don't
getting
think we
the
need
same
breakout.
information.
Understood.
So, if I may, on that note, we are preparing to visit with them at 3:30, the executive leadership team meeting tomorrow. We have one in the morning, then of course
I know, but
another
an
at
email
3:30.
was sent.
And we will make that clear given the conversation this evening. So that's the preference, that's the direction, so we'll be able to proceed given that
I
conversation.
agree with that completely.
Okay, so be it, that's the direction, and we have time to
The way we did it
facilitate
last time,
that.
I thought was satisfactory. I thought we covered a lot of ground.
You did it all. It's all there. It's just now how do we get it going and what's our time frame?
I agree.
Old School Square, Judy.
Yeah.
No offense, but that still hasn't been updated.
No
I made a
offense,
website
I'm
once.
no longer on the board.
And it takes 1 second to go in and change that stuff around. And yesterday it was still the same way.
I think it had been changed.
Not yesterday.
Pardon me?
Not yesterday afternoon.
Hmm.
I looked at it yesterday afternoon, and it was still.
Orris is there if you want to ask.
Has
Say
that been
again?
changed, Mr.
Mr.
Orris?
Orris is
'Cause I
right
looked
there.
at it yesterday afternoon,
He's
and it
the
wasn't.
liaison.
I can tell you that a conversation with Patty Jones about it, she said they have, and I did notice it did change and put disclaimer on the donation page.
It wasn't
No,
there
no-
yesterday. I think, can you get on your computer tomorrow, please? Review this and because it's been how many years? We've talked about this 5 times. You know, there's still pictures up there. We've got to do something. It's not a good situation. And yesterday that disclaimer was not there. I hope it is, and I thank you, Patty, if she did do it. But
It was there when I looked after she had told me. She had also said they've changed everything on the website to talk about the history,
right,
but not
they still have all the pictures.
not talk about it as if they're doing it and that they're continuing to
Kind of
review their
implies such,
website.
though.
The disclaimer's
and we'll
there.
look for different
I see
Okay,
it.
good.
Yeah, all the pictures are part
And all
of
the
the
pictures have
history, right?
changed. Yeah.
Thank you. When I last looked at it, it wasn't. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I want to talk about Mr. Moore, your presentation. Can you guys move the flags so I can look directly at Mr. Moore while I'm talking to him? Because I do want this to be productive, but I also, honestly, that presentation was, a little bit, well, first of all, your Highland Beach slide, can we pull the slides up quick? Do you mind?
Oh, I don't know that we-
Yeah. Are they gone? Thanks.
They can be retrieved.
We could have done this before. I don't want to be doing this at the end of the night when everyone's trying to fall asleep. But,
Get everybody else out.
well, I'm sure they'll hear it at some point. Thank you. The second slide is Highland Beach. In this slide back one, please. No, back. Yeah, there you go. You have that Highland Beach, we're owed 2.1, it's 2.2 million. And that we hired a firm and that they calculated 3.8 million, it's 3.9 million. But that's neither here nor there. The problem is, efforts have not been made. You have here, the city is now therefore at liberty to consider available options to resolve this matter. You have not reached out to one of us to ask us, and I want to look at you because I want you to understand my frustration. I meet with you every other week. You have not discussed this in the least, and I've brought this up. You have done nothing. I asked the city attorney, what have we done on this? Nothing. During the meeting the other night when I brought this up, you asked for her to reach out to Sanaz and find out if we can sue. You don't know if we can sue. This is $3.9 million of taxpayer money, and you have made 0 efforts to collect it. That, to me, is unacceptable. You go to the League of City meetings, every couple of months? You're talking to the city manager there. You've done nothing to work on this. And to me, that's a lot of money to say, not work on, over a year. And that's my input to you. So I appreciate that you're doing it now, but it always feels like until I put your feet to the fire, nothing is getting done. That's $3.9 million of taxpayer money lost. The waste management,
May I interrupt? I'm just saying, the state auditor came in and found 2.1.
and
The
our
other
auditor
I'm
found
saying, So we
3.9.
don't know, it's somewhere between 2.1 and 3.9, whatever the number is. It may be
It's a
one or
lot
the
of
other or the
money
middle.
for the taxpayers to not
It's still a
have.
lot of money. I
And
agree,
to
absolutely.
not have made any effort to collect it is very frustrating. And I appreciate your presentation on waste management. The comparisons surrounding the other cities did not address my issue, which was we had the opportunity to extend that contract and we didn't because of a failure of management. So the taxpayers went from $11.18 a month to $13 briefly and then to $19.54, which equates to citywide well over $2 million in an increase for a year. Those are taxpayers' costs. It's not responsible. Our job is to minimize the cost to our taxpayers, not to increase it. And that was very well documented, your slide. But when you talked about the dispute, you failed to include the fact that the dispute was solely your responsibility. Impact fees. Could we go to the impact fee slide, please? I'm sorry to make you do that. On this slide, you say, draft studies delivered, commission received presentation, necessary ordinance is being prepared. Once adopted, it will take a month. You've done no work to get this ordinance in front of us at all. The city attorney looked for an ordinance and found one from a city. You have done nothing. You had one meeting, nothing came out of it, and until I brought it up, you had no meetings scheduled. You scheduled a meeting the day after I brought this up. This, if you look at these impact fees, this is an astronomical amount of money to taxpayers. Delray Beach is operating without any impact fees being imposed. You've made no effort to get them. And as far as I'm concerned, between the failed contract that fell through that was only for 3 months, and then the delays and dragging, and now the fact that nothing has been done since December. And I asked, what have we done since December specifically? What have we done since January specifically? And I know what you've done, and it's not anything. You know, every resident in the city is effectively subsidizing the new luxury development that's going on here. That's not acceptable. When a developer builds, they create greater demands, greater needs, and greater costs. And who's paying those? The taxpayers, not the development. That's not fair. Our study indicates we will have a financial burden of $46.8 million over the next 16 years. And if you take that burden and break it out to an annual cost, it's $2.9 million every year that taxpayers lose because we don't have impact fees. $2.9 million is a substantial amount of money. And that's based on the study that you commissioned and we paid for. And I'll give you an example just to help everybody. In the back of that study, there was a page that listed out all the potential developments coming forth in the future. Federal Highway, right? 47-unit luxury townhomes on North Federal Highway. Because we delayed in implementing this, that application went in and it will pay no development fees, none whatsoever. And essentially the cost of that to the taxpayers is going to be $489,503. That's a subsidy from Delray Beach taxpayers to that development, plus roughly $33,692 in stormwater fees. Now, I know there's parks in this study and we could take it out, but it doesn't make a big difference. The bottom line is these developments are not paying and the taxpayers are. Florida law allows cities to charge these fees, but it makes it also impossible to catch up when you're really far behind. Any fee we pass at this point has to be phased in slowly and capped by state law. So by not acting, we've put ourselves in a permanent deficit, and that's not good for the taxpayers. So every year this city waits to implement these fees or has waited, it's lost revenue, substantial, and it's lost its ability to catch up. Residents deserve better. We have to stop gifting subsidies to developments while asking our residents consistently to pay more. And this to me is a travesty, the amount of money the taxpayers are losing annually on impact fees. Every city around us has them. And there is absolutely no reason that we didn't have these 5 years ago. I've been asking for this since 2020. The Badger meters. Now, I love the presentation, and I always appreciate Mr. Hajimiri, but you're recovering $2 million of overdue money that you haven't collected. Doesn't erase the $1 million loss to the taxpayer, which was, I believe, preventable if in the beginning during the contract negotiation you had protected the taxpayers. And that conversation occurred, and anyone can watch it, on August 5th, 2024, during the City Commission meeting at 2 hours and 29 minutes, when I asked how are residents being compensated, and the reply was, had we, and that means you, negotiated it early on, it would have put us in a better position to recover. You know, are we better off today because we've collected 2.1 in outstanding debt over the course of years? Absolutely. But that doesn't address a $1 million loss. The claim payout, you didn't discuss anything about that. $500,000 written off, and we don't know how. Thank you, city attorney, for looking into it. Now we're litigating with United to figure out how that happened. I'm not saying somebody did anything bad or something like that, but you should be concerned about that. You should be looking into that. You should be initiating all of these things, and you're not, unless someone forces you to. And with respect to that L32 canal, you were notified on September 5th, 2025, that you needed to put in a claim, and you didn't do it. The claim was filed on April 8th of 26, after I brought this up in 2 meetings. No action was taken until it was brought up in front of the taxpayers, and that's $2.9 million reduced down to $2.2 million. And with respect to these write-offs that you're putting in front of us, I am beyond disappointed, because first, this is your job administratively. We don't make a lot of money, and you're throwing this political hot potato in our lap, and it's not fair. You went out to a meeting and you said you were going to write off these expenses at Burning Conversations, but you can't write them off. So now you're dropping it in our lap after you promised, and you're asking us to do it for you. And no disrespect, but Old School Square writing off $30,000 worth of bills. Ms. Burns, no disrespect, but Burning Conversations, you said you would write off this stuff, and I'm assuming it's Roots Cultural, $30,000. You're not applying the same rules across the board to everybody, because as you can see, notwithstanding that all these people had outstanding balances, they're still having events. And you talked about how we're going to refine our policy and people aren't going to be able to rebook. We already have that policy in place. If you don't pay, you don't play. You're not supposed to have any other events. And yet, time after time after time, for years, people are getting events, only certain people, and not paying. And that is a big problem. It doesn't look good in the city. The fact of the matter is, people are not being treated equally in the city. So you should not drop something in our lap to write off expenses unless you want to write them off for everybody, because that's totally improper. And you know, because you put this off, I had the opportunity to look back, just so we're clear. Highland Beach, of a loss of 2.2 to 3.9 million. Waste management, $2 million cost to the taxpayers. Badger meters, $1 million. Impact fees, $2.9 million per year, or $14.5 million over the term of your employment here. The write-off, $600,000 if you talk about these various insurance things, and there's so much more. So depending on how you look at this, we're looking at a loss of $10.4 million or $22 million. 10.4 to 22, depending on how much of the impact fee responsibility people want to put on you. And I would put it all on you, because you're the city manager and it's your job to work for the taxpayers. That's a lot of money. So I don't know what kind of slideshow you can put up to justify that, but it's just as upsetting that this financial failures is willingly excused, in my opinion, and I just want to know, where is the accountability? Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? One last thing, Chief. You were not here last week when we all gave you the great accolades for running the Boston Marathon. You did a great job. You did us proud. I understand you're on your way to another marathon. Keep better you than me.
Don't lose.
Don't lose.
Don't lose.
We expect you to be right up there with that guy from Somalia. There was the one there, the record holder. So, thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We are adjourned.
Oh, Gina, sorry, this beautiful ad in the, you're welcome.